welcome.
Zwartkops, always a great place, a lot of fun, always a lot of spectators. It's just an awesome weekend to be at Zwartkops.
It's really always great to come to Zwartkops. It's really a track that I love.
It's fun to be at Zwartkops, and it's one of my favorite tracks.
We love Zwartkops Raceway.
It's always great to be at Zwartkops, and I love the heritage.
It's great to be here at Zwartkops. It's one of my favorite tracks.
We love the Zwartkops racetrack, and we love racing here.
Zwartkops, great place to race. I've been racing here for probably 20 years now, and I've enjoyed every single event here.
You know what? We come to Zwartkops, always a great day out and an awesome track to go around.
Come to Zwartkops, always great fun, great racetrack, great day.
It's not just a track with an up and down and bends. He researched quite a few circuits overseas, and the turns are all very technical. And so it really works you. It makes you work really hard around this circuit, and it's close friendly. The facility is beautiful. There's lights. The bathrooms are clean. It's absolutely great to come here.
It certainly is a fantastic place to come racing is Zwartkops International Raceway, and a big welcome to everybody here on our live stream as well as here at the circuit as well. Looking forward to some fantastic race action that's had a bit of a change up in terms of how things are going to be working out for the program that you probably got at the gate. However, there are a few changes that need to be notably brought to your attention, because unfortunately with that late start we've also had a change in the program slightly. So we're kicking things off with the Morgenrood Group HRSA Racing Series, and that's a 10-lap race. They're on track at the moment for their 2 warm-up laps. We go into Formula Monoposto, which is made up of Formula M and Formula Libra. Marlboro Crane Hire, Pre-66 and 68 Little Giants, including the under 2 litres and Legend V8s. And then we go into HRSA's Pursuit Challenge. INEX Legends' first race of the day is after that, and then it's Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-74s, the Trans Ams, and the Pre-66 and 68 Lamar Sports and GTs. Then we go into historic single-seaters who are celebrating 25 years of their HRSA association, and we wish them all the very best. A small lunch break at about 2 o'clock, and then into the second heats of all of the races, and the third heat of INEX Legends. So we've got 3 heats of INEX Legends, 2 heats of everything else. That's what your race day looks like, and we're about to kick it off here at the Heritage Day weekend celebrations at Zwartkops. Apologies for the delay, as I said, on the live stream as well as out there on the circuit. But if you are out on the circuit, remember we also do have some prizes to give away. So if you've got a program in your hands, make sure you go and get as many autographs as you can in that program, because we've got a couple of Fuchs lubricant caps to give away, which we'll be doing throughout the day, and I'll be announcing that on the PA system to let you know where to come and to collect those Fuchs caps to show us how many autographs you've been able to get in the programs that are out there. It's of course something that was done by our good friend Brendan Kelly. He started it down in PE, and we're following suit with a really great initiative, and Fuchs have come on board to give us some prizes to give away as well. A big welcome to everybody here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. This is proudly brought to you by Zwartkops, and of course we've got some back-to-back racing headed over the next couple of weeks here at the Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Starting things out here first and foremost with our first heat of the day coming from the historic tour, and it is the Morgenrood HRSA Racing Series. It's a Porsche in front, and Looks like we're in for a bit of a battle between these Porsches and the big guns at the front end of this field, so keep an eye out on that action as they head down towards turn 1 for the first time. We go live on the live stream, we go live on our Speed Hive live timing as well, so if you want to check out the live timing on the circuit as to what's happening as we go down there, you can check out all that action, of course, heading down there into turn 2. It is Andre van der Merwe who leads out that pack. Rudolf de Vos is right on his tail. Car running wide and off track, looks like it might be Kilburn. Ian Kilburn might have gone off circuit there by the looks of things and didn't quite get it right going into turn 2. The rest of the pack seem to have got through there. See Tian van Rooyen at the back there as well. He'll be running one of those onboard cameras, of course, on his helmet. Looking forward to seeing some of that footage a bit later on. A big welcome as well to everybody down in New Zealand who've joined us. The Smith family who are usually here and have now, of course, moved across to the land down under. Morning from East London to Jody Ihlenfeld as well, and Luke Selby's joined us here as well as we go De Vos versus Van der Merwe into turn 6, and it's Rudolf De Vos trying to dive on the inside there of the Van der Merwe Porsche. Meredith Wills in second. It is Kilburn, I think, who's parked on the sideline there, just checking to see Ian Kilburn is okay, but unfortunately didn't quite get through turn number 2 unscathed. Looks like he might have had a little bit of assistance there. There's a bit of battle scars on the front end of that car. And we'll keep an eye on that one if he's able to get back on track. Meredith Wills sits in third at the moment. Koenig in fourth. It's Stuart Koenig versus Gavin London. And then Jono Koenig behind that. Johan Goos pushing hard. Terence Ladner and Richard Duckham making up that top 10 as they get into it for the first time. Safety car has been deployed. So the safety car is amongst that pack and didn't quite pick up on the leader. So the reason for the safety car, of course, is possibly Kilburn's car parked down at turn 2. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the start he wanted. We see the Porsche of Andre van der Merwe waiting for that safety car. The safety car will try and get ahead of Van der Merwe's Porsche and Rudolf de Vos's Chevy Can-Am. The rest of the pack should let them through. That's Kevin London just moving out the way there, allowing the pace car to come through there from Pretoria, no Toyota. And Toyota 86 will make its way to the front of the pack. And then we'll be under safety car while we try and retrieve that car parked on the sideline. The full race engineering prepped car there of Ian Kilburn, unfortunately now stuck in the kiddie litter on the entrance of turn 2. So a late start to the day's racing and already some action into turn 2 here in the Ben Morgenrood HRSA series. Van der Merwe was leading out. He continues to lead out behind the safety car, and as they come through there, that top 10 remain the same. There's no change up there. But just behind the top 10, Nigel Townsend is there. Then you've got Dave Layson, Daryl Mann, Neil Lobb. Good to have him back. Fred Koenig as well, Frans Jensen and Peter Jensen. And then, of course, it's Rian Roux ahead of Gavin Harrison and Grant Kramer. Willem Foster's 21st at the moment with Derek Smallberger behind him in the Shield Escort. And then you've got John Bronner, Johan Kruger, Alan Hooper, John Simpson, Joseph Kotzer, Rob Clark, and of course Mike O'Sullivan and Jonathan Fisser. Those guys all, of course, running in what is a new series starting out here as part of HRSA, the Young Timers series. You'll see if we do pick up any of those cars, they've got green windscreen decals on their cars, so slightly different livery on those cars just to pick out the different cars. Frans Jensen running in some Hamilton's paint colours there in the Jensen team. He's, of course, in the yellow Datsun 1200. There's a blue one and a red one as well. Travis is normally in the red one. I don't know if he's here today. I didn't see Travis Jensen's name on any of the entry lists, but Peter and France are certainly here. And they come to complete another lap under safety car as they try and retrieve Ian Kilburn's machine out of the kiddie litter. So that 1200 GX Coupe, unfortunately, putting it into the kiddie litter. As I said, I think he may have been helped out by someone. We didn't quite get the action as it went in there, but you can see just from the battle scars on the front left of that car, definitely some kind of assistance that was helped there for the start of proceedings here for this first heat of racing. The little Chevy, these guys, of course, are celebrating 50 years anniversary of that Chevy Can-Am brand this season. And of course, we've got 25 years of the HRSA series being celebrated here today at Zwartkops as well. So lots of celebrations on this Heritage Day. And as you can see around the circuit as well, great to see a huge amount of crowd that have come out here for this historic tour on a weekend that is action-packed with sport. We're already seeing qualifying this morning from Formula 1. We've seen qualifying from the MotoGP And of course now we're seeing some action from the HRSA Ben Morgenrood series out on circuit. Ben Morgenrood Auto, of course, sponsoring this series. HRSA Racing now also starting to get maybe a little bit more fired up. I'm not quite sure if the safety car is going in. No, it's not. It's staying out for another lap. So those people who've just joined us on the PA system as well, I hear the PA in the background now picking up on a commentary. A big welcome to all of you here at Zwartkops. Big welcome to everybody that's come to the international world of motoring, the arena of motorsport as it's known. And of course, we've got lots of race action coming your way here today with 15 races in total, 8 classes participating. Unfortunately, what we've got right now, though, is a small break in the proceedings with the safety car scenario. And if you didn't hear on the PA, and apologies for repeating it here on our live stream, but we've got live stream and PA going out on the same commentary, or commentary going out on the same two. There is a car crash down at turn 2. Ian Kilburn, unfortunately, coming to grips with another car there, and his car being now pushed out of harm's way and into a safe zone just behind the tyre barriers. Looks like there might be a bit of a damage on the front left there as well, which they're having to attend to get it into a straight line to get it out of harm's way. And once it's out of harm's way, we can go racing again. So possibly another lap or maybe 2 under safety car. These laps, of course, all count towards the race laps for this first heat. And it's a 10 lapper for the first one. So we've completed 3 of the 10. Andre van der Merwe set the pace this morning in qualifying, and he continued to set the pace before the car went off at turn 2. He had a bit of pressure from Rudolf de Vos there in the Can-Am behind. Willis pulled away ever so slightly there from the battle of the 2 Siroccos. In fact, there's 3 Siroccos involved there. You've got Andre ten Apel, Stuart Koenig and John O'Koenig. Gavin London, the only Datsun amongst those Siroccos. And then it's Johan Goos, Terence Ladner and Richard Duckham making up the top 10. Smallberger in the Shield Ford Escort. He's just outside of that top 10. Lights are out on the safety car, so it looks like we're about to go racing again now for the second start. And this time, hopefully going to be a clean start down into turn 2. See Ladner running some Hamilton's colours on the side of his car as well as they come into pit lane. The safety car is now back into the pit area. And it's now up to Andre van der Merwe to dictate the pace across the line for the restart. Here they go. Down towards turn 1, it's the Porsche that gets the drop. And already some pressure coming from De Vos as he goes into turn 1. De Vos actually slots up into the lead of the race through turn 1. Getting a slightly better start off the line. You can see a couple of guys fighting in the background there, side by side as they went down towards turn 1. Meredith Wills under pressure from the 3 Siroccos. And that Datsun 1200 as well, coming in the form of Gavin London. Further back there, Neil Lobb fighting hard. Lobb's in a bit of a fight of his own just outside of that top 10. And fighting hard there as well with the 2 Jensen boys. Change up. The change up into turn 4 as we're watching it heading up towards turn 5. Duckham just hanging on to that top 10 for now, but as they come out of turn 5 past the AMG Driving Academy, head into turn 6 now, double right-hander past the new Zoc Club up top there. Just gone past where Toyota Gazoo Racing have their headquarters now. And a bit further back, you can see the battles continuing there amongst our young timers category, starting to get in amongst the usual contenders in the various classes for HRSA this weekend. Heading down the hill, see Lobb under a bit of pressure. Jensen on the inside having a big look. Neil Lobb hangs on, but Frans Jensen's putting the pressure on, and he's looking for a way past. So the battles all the way through this pack as well. Great to see that too. Fred Koenig trying to find a way through, can't find it just yet as he continues his little fight in the mid-pack of a very strong field of HRSA competitors. Out front, De Vos leads over Van der Merwe. This is the battle for third as they head into turn 4. And Koenig hangs on for now onto the back end of Meredith Willis, looking for a way through that Sirocco once by, but Willis's Escort is quite a wide machine and it's not going to make it easy for him. Morgenrood starting to come into the play as well, watching in the background as they come through there, watching for Peter Jensen to see if he can make a little ground up. Problems for the Porsche. Poleman out. That's huge. So the Porsche that was on pole position looks like it might have just had some kind of a niggle of some nature and has had to pull into pit lane. So that just puts our Porsche man from pole position into the pit lane and out of race number 1. That's certainly not what he wanted. Here comes Lob back at Jensen. Frans Jensen and Neil Lob side by side and fighting so hard as they come across the line there. Just ahead of them, of course, at this stage is Daryl Mann. So Daryl Mann, Fred Koenig, Dave Layson, Neil Lob, Frans Jensen and Rian Roux, all in an epic fight here. Jensen hangs onto that inside line, just keeps Lob at bay for now. As they come out of turn 2, heading towards 3. Onto the back straight already are the rest of the pack, just slightly ahead of them. The battle we're watching has just come onto that back straight right now. And you can see Daryl Mann has pulled slightly away now from Jensen versus Rian Roux versus Frans Jensen and Neil Lob. Into the mix, about to join them as well, will be Gavin Harrison, and Peter Jensen's not too far behind. So Daryl Mann hangs on for now, fighting hard, as you can see there with Frans Jensen. They've left Neil Lob slightly behind. Rian Roux's closed in on him. Then Harrison is bringing along Peter Jensen. So Frans, Peter, kind of almost the meat in the sandwich, or the bread of the sandwich of these two. If we can just get Frans at the front end, that'll be exactly what we're talking about. Jono Koenig, Johan Goos have gone through there. Terence Ladner also just inside that top 10 in 8th place. A little bit of battle scars on the front end of Jensen's car now as well. Might have had a little touch there with somebody as he comes down into turn 2. You can see a little bit of, the whole side pod has actually come off the front left of the car. So they'll be a little bit concerned about that, I'm sure, at race control, keeping an eye on whether that piece falls off or not and falls into a dangerous position. Terence Ladner continues on his merry way up towards turn 4. We're at turn 4 at the moment. And up towards turn 5. Oh, sideways. That is some fantastic race action coming out of Andre ten Apel, Stuart Koenig and Meredith Willis. Meredith Willis just hangs on for now, but Stuart Koenig is all over the back of him. Stewie looking for a way pass down into turn 8. Can he find it? No, he can't. That Pro Auto Rubber and Incl machine goes into turn 8 and slots in behind Meredith Willis, who sets 2nd overall at the moment. That's why it's such a hard fight for these two. They're realizing that they're not in the fight with the man out front in that Chevy Can-Am. But Class C is certainly up for grabs here. And 2nd overall would be fantastic for Willis or for Stuart Koenig. So they start heading into turn 3 and up onto the back straight away again. They're not going to close down on Rudolf de Vos. He's got this thing basically wrapped up if he just circulates. Doesn't even have to push the hard lap times that he would be pushing if he was fighting with a Porsche. Up to the top of the hill they go again. This is Rudolf de Vos starting to come in amongst the back markers. So back markers could be a bit of a problem here for him now. If he doesn't get through them easily, it may allow the Ford Escort and the Sirocco to close in on him. Just get that gap down ever so slightly between the two of them. It's a big field of cars. We've still got 2 to go. So across the line they do. Another lap completed there. And starting to tick them off here. 9 of them done, 1 to go. Final lap has started. So it looks like Willis is going to try and hang on for 2nd. Koenig for 3rd. ten Apel for 4. Big gap there from Andre ten Apel down to Gavin London, Jono Koenig and Johan Goos. Looks like the 924 Porsche, yes, has just been passed there. So Jan van Rooyen being passed by the little Chevy on the last lap. The one thing about those 3 or 4 laps under safety car, it means that there was a lot less traffic for the lead cars to negotiate. They normally get into those lead cars, or the lead cars are getting into the traffic a little bit earlier on in the race, but it's now later in the race, and it looks like only 1 or 2 of them have been lapped at this stage. Heading down the hill, de Vos just in cruise control and coming to the line for the flag and the first win of the day. So Rudolph de Vos wins out over Meredith Willis. Stuart Koenig in third place. Looks like Tanapel's going to hang on for fourth, I beg your pardon. Gavin London comes across the line there for 5. He wins out the battle. Keeps Johan Goos and Terence Ladner behind him. Richard Duckham, here comes the battle that we were watching earlier on, and it looks like, Jensen's got to the front of it. He's got ahead now of Daryl Mann. So it's France Jensen in the Jensen towing and Hamilton's paint Datsun who takes the victory in that little fight. And he will finish up in 13th overall ahead of Daryl Mann and Rion Rue. Ooh, Smallburger's run off the circuit right on the last lap. The Shield Ford Escort, unfortunately, onto the inside of turn 5 and heads down the hill now, tucked in behind one of the young timers. Looks like that young timer's car might have been Mike O'Sullivan. I think it was, Mike O'Sullivan. Just beating Derek Smallburger to the line there, swapping out positions that they were in earlier on. And Rob Clark looks like he might have won out the young timers category there. So let's have a look and see unofficial results, of course. It is Rudolph de Vos ahead of Meredith Willis. Fastest lap also going to de Vos at 10.4 out of that one. Stuart Koenig finishes in third ahead of Andre Tanapel and John O'Koenig. And it was Gavin London, Johan Goos, Terence Ladner beating out Richard Duckham and Nigel Townsend to make up the top 10. With Fred Koenig and Dave Lation just behind them. That is our first heat of racing done for this morning. And we head into Formula Monoposto, the Formula M's and Formula Libra in a few moments' time. Well, Paul, I do hear some cars revving up in the background. I just want to double check with you. Do we have interviews for our categories that are racing today? And if we do, maybe we should have a quick chat to the guys from Formula Monoposto, made up of Formula M and Formula Libra, all combined, and see if they've got any plans for today's racing. Once again, a reminder to everybody out in the circuit that can hear us on the PA. Big welcome to you all. And of course, everybody here on our live stream feed as well. Thanks so much for the support, guys and girls. If you're watching from all around the world, let us know where you're watching from. I know that we've got a couple of people from East London that have joined us. We've got some from Boksburg. We've got some from New Zealand. They've already joined us early on for the day's racing, even though we had a late start. And of course, a reminder to all the kids out there, all the kids at heart as well, to get your program signed by as many people and famous racing drivers as you can find in the paddock. We have got a couple of Fuchs Lubricants caps to give away. So if you have got a program on you, make sure you're running around and getting as many of those autographs and signatures that you can from the famous racing drivers that are here today at the Historic Tours visit to the Arena of Motorsport, Zwartkops International World of Motoring. And of course, we'll be giving away some of those Fuchs Lubricants caps a bit later on in the day. We'll let you know where and when to come and find either myself or Tanya and see what we've got planned for that giveaway. Right now, we've got plans on circuit in terms of Formula Monoposto and Formula M. And the Formula Libra is all combined into one big class of single-seaters. Now, it's not the historic single-seaters, but of course, there are some historic single-seaters involved in this category as well. The first three cars on the grid, I should say, are all Formula M's. Yannick Harber, Deirdre Diedrichs, and Neville van den Berg are the first of the three Class A Formula M cars. They're just ahead of Alan Mayer, Lieutenant Colonel, of course celebrating his birthday only a couple of days ago there, in a Formula Volkswagen. He's ahead of Clint Bedaux, who's in the 1992 Formula GTI, the Ray chassis of Formula GTIs, ex-car that used to run, of course, the National Drivers' Championship here in South Africa was Formula GTI. Herman Klucher is ahead of Lucian Ramchanda. He's the first of the Super Vs and of course sponsored by Liquimolly. And it's great to have him there alongside his stablemate, Jean-Ray Leroux. We've got Damien Archer in the second of the Formula GTIs. Then it's Louis van der Merwe making up the top 10 in another Formula GTI in the Swift chassis, though, as opposed to the Ray chassis. And we've got a couple of extra Formula M's joining them just behind that with Aidan Morrow and Chloe Stewart. And then, of course, Ludovicus Gerber is there in 13th place. Lucky for some, ahead of Grant Will in a Formula GTI Ashley. We got Chaden Tromp ahead there. He's also in a Super V, ahead of Blaine de Malon, Kennedy Torres and Brian Nguni. Early B's in the house once again for Liquimolly. He's having a great time there in that Liquimolly Super V. Down in 20th place, he's beaten Bruce van Niekerk and Ahmad Mohammed in another Super V at the back end of the pack. So that's how they line up now for Formula Monoposto. The Formula M's and Formula Libras combined for their first heat of racing here today at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It's a 12-lapper for them, so a slightly longer race for these cars than the rest of the pack of cars out there today. But needless to say, we're going to be in for some fantastic race action, as we always are with this category, and particularly when you've got 3 Class A Formula M's on that front row and second row. Look out for a bit of hassles, though, coming from that Formula GTI of Alan Meyer. He's definitely going to give him a bit of a run. Actually, a Formula Volkswagen, I beg your pardon. It's not a Formula GTI, it's a Formula Volkswagen that Alan Meyer will be running today. So we got red at the front. Have we got green at the back just yet? I think a couple of cars just shuffling. Start delayed. Board has just gone up. I'm not quite sure what that issue is. Maybe there's an issue on circuit that we're not picking up. But the start has been delayed. Looks like that delayed board has now been pulled away. You can hear the revs starting to pick up. And we're about to go racing. 30-second board changes to the fastest 30 seconds of your life because it becomes 5, literally in 5 seconds. Lights are on. And we are racing as they go off. Looks like a bit of a stall on the start there. And our poleman stalling slightly there as they headed down in towards turn 1 for the first time. So a little bit of action there that we didn't expect right from the word go. And unfortunately it looks like the man on the front row there didn't quite get it right though. So let's see whether or not we can see a bit of a change up as they come through and get into turn 2 for the first time. A couple of cars chopping and changing out of turn 2 there as they go down towards 3 onto the back straight for the first time. Great start coming out of 33 there, Neville van den Berg. And he'll be looking forward to doing maybe a little bit better than what our other number 33 did this morning in qualifying in India. Brad Binder, of course, only getting to 13th place on his motorcycle. These are motorcycle engined cars, that's why they're known as Formula M. And sideways in the background there. I'd like to see it when we get cars sideways. 57 getting a little bit out of shape there. That is Alan Meyer, of course, in that Formula Volkswagen. And he got a little bit out of shape there, trying to avoid the intentions being shown there by Yanni Gerber, trying to come back, and Didier Diedrichs as well. So Diedrichs is the man who's on the move there with Alan Meyer. Van den Berg leads out with a 1:11.2 as his first lap. Gerber in second. Diedrichs is up into third place. Watching as they come through there in the background. Herman Klucher also falling slightly by the wayside, but everybody's starting to sort themselves out now as they complete that first lap of 12. It's Bordeaux up to 5. Lucian Ramchanda in the Super V's up into 6th place ahead of Jean-Ray Leroux. So the two teammates there fighting hard for Liquimolly. Damien Archer's down in 8th ahead of Aidan Morrow, and Grant Will makes up the top 10. 17 is Bordeaux into turn 4. And there's a move from Jean-Ray. Around the outside of one of the slower cars there. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue. In fact, there is. There's a car just on the left-hand side of our shot there. So a little bit of issue with some of the cars. Safety car going to be deployed. We've got a car stuck at turn 4 on the left-hand side as we came out of the shot. And you can just see it stuck down in the kitty litter there. I don't think the lead cars have actually seen any of the red flags or safety car flags. Not red flags, I should say, just the safety car boards. And you waved yellows just yet. They will certainly see it as they come out across the line. And the safety car is actually waiting down in turn 2 to pick them up. So we had 2 starts today, and we've had 2 safety cars. Bit of a tough start to the day's racing here for a couple of classes. Van den Berg with Gerber on his tail. Diedrichs and Meyer, Bordeaux and Ramchanda. So it looks like the top 10, I'm not unscathed in terms of the cars that have gone missing. It's a car just on the left-hand side of that previous double wave yellows that we saw there at turn 4. Quite sure if we can see it on our cameras, but there's definitely a car at turn 4 that could potentially have been the reason for the safety car. Might have been more than one, actually. We'll wait to see if we pick it up as we head towards turn 4 now. See whether or not that car's been pulled out of harm's way, or if it's still stuck here. This is where the issue was. The car was just in the foreground of the shot. You can see guys just trying to keep heat in the rubber there. Ramchanda moving that Liqui Moly Super V left and right, trying to keep the heat in the rubber ahead of his teammate Jean-Andre Leroux. Damien Archer behind them, and Aidan Morrow with Grant Wool. That's how it lines up now for a possible restart. So those lights go out. There's the car. That's the one we were talking about. Just can't see what number on the car is, unfortunately. We got a car at the top of the hill. That was the reason for the start delay, was that car at the top of the hill, just between AMG Driving Academy and Gazoo Racing's headquarters. And that was the reason for the start delay. But then, of course, they pulled it off the circuit and into a safe position, which is why we could start the race. Now, because of the one down at turn 4 on the left-hand side, that has to be removed first before we can get race action back underway here. So 2 laps have been completed. This will be the 3rd, and it's 2 under safety car scenarios. 36 is the car on the side of it, or on the number on the side of the car. So I'm just trying to pick up who 36 might be. And the timing board is not giving me 36. Let me see if I can pick it up on our grid sheet quickly. It is Ludovicus Scherber in his Formula M. So Ludovicus Scherber, unfortunately, out of this one. So that's not the way he wanted to start his Heritage Day race weekend. The other car at the top of the hill, of course, is car A2. And that is Herman Kricher, also Formula M. So 2 Formula M's out of this race on the first couple of laps. Well, in fact, on the warm-up lap with Kricher, he didn't even make it to the start line. So we're under safety car again as they remove those 2 cars. That car, of course, running the GSXR Suzuki 600cc engine in it. The reason they're known as Formula M, if you haven't ever watched Formula M before, it's because they've got motorcycle engines in those single-seaters. So it's Formula Motorcycle, so the M just being the acronym for the M, for motorcycle. This big crowd here this weekend, and of course, with the action-packed weekend that's expected for South Africa, it's superb to see the petrol heads coming out before they set their minds and hearts on what is possibly going to happen this evening at 9 o'clock. But of course, we've got lots of time to finish up the day's racing before we move into that funny game where you throw the ball backwards to go forwards. Safety car returns to the pit lane. Here we go. Back into race action. 33 Vandenberg leading them out. Gerber and Diedrich's right with him. Clint Bedot moves slightly out of the way there as they came out, going to the defensive into turn 1 relatively early. Trying to keep out Ramchanda, LaRue and Archer. Big dive on the inside there by Chloe Stewart as well, looking for a way through. Young lady driver doing a superb job, looking to get into the top 10, and she might have just got there. Ahead of Kennedy Torres now. Oh, and down into turn 2. Is that Chloe off, I think? Possibilities that she maybe ran a little bit too hot down into turn 2. And now we've got one of the Formula 4 chassis parked on the sideline by the looks of it. Just saw the car in the background sliding out and crashing down into the dirt of the kiddie litter at turn 2. Is there a possibility now of a 3rd safety car? 2nd one for this race, 3rd one for the day. It'll depend on whether she can get back on track as quickly as possible, hopefully. But now as they head down in towards turn number 8, the final corner, we've got a new leader. Gerber leads out. He's ahead of Diedrichs and the early race leader there in his Kawasaki-powered machine. Here's Vandenberg down to 3rd. So Neville van der Berg drops down to third place. Alan Mayer still hangs on for 4 in the Formula Volkswagen. He's ahead now, Badeau and Jean-Dre Leroux as they head towards turn 2. Across the line, Damien Archer comes through there. He's just ahead of the hard push coming from Grant Will. Grant Will running the old Ayrton Senna-esque style colours there of the Marlboro McLaren, and of course a Senna-style helmet as well. He's ahead of Kennedy Torres, and if I look at the way things are going, is Chloe going again? Yes, she is. So it wasn't Chloe that actually fell out there. I'm not quite sure who dropped to the back of the pack. Possibly Aidan Morrow. So apologies there if I got that one wrong, but there was so much dust in the background I couldn't see if it was actually Aidan Morrow or Chloe Stewart who'd crashed out. Chloe was on the attack, so my natural reaction was to go for the aggressor, maybe being a little bit too aggressive, but clearly that wasn't the case. Nice fight here as well between Ramchanda, Archer and Leroux. Andre Leroux looking for a way to try and get back ahead now of Lucian Ramchanda, who just changed up that order ever so slightly as they come through once again for 6th, 7th and 8th place. Whoever was in the kiddie litter, it looks like they've got going again, so no necessity to bring out that safety car for the 3rd time. Top end, it's Gerber, Diedrichs and Van den Berg. All on his own is Alan Mayer, birthday boy from earlier in the week. Big pressure though coming on Gerber from the back end. Didier Diedrichs, of course, running in the old Jaguar colours there. Jaguar F1 style colours there on that car. Must be a fan of Eddie Irvine. Although he runs an all black helmet, so maybe not. Didier has run those colours for a long time now. There's only 0.4 off the front end, so with the halfway stage reached, we're now into the second half of the race, and Diedrichs is putting the pressure onto Gerber. .77 going through there, and that's the car that actually went off to just trying to try and pick up on exactly. It was Hayden Archer who was actually one of the cars who ran off there, so just trying to work out where he's been able to come back in. It looks like he's just outside, or actually just gone into the top 15 after that off-track excursion. So not a bad recovery there from him. Just ahead there, Bruce van Niekerk. You can see all the dust on the side of that pink car of his. Back markers now coming into play. This could possibly change things at the front end. Will we see a change up here between Gerber and Diedrichs as they come in amongst the back markers, and joining them is Neville van den Berg because they're being slowed down slightly by those back markers, so van den Berg's been able to get back onto the back end of that top 2 battle. Coming up on Fenter by the looks of things around the outside. Yep. Fenter being caught and passed there. Stevie Fenter down in 17th at this stage. Hayden Archer still circulating even though he's been off track. Doesn't look like he did much damage to the car, fortunately. He's starting to close things down there ever so slightly onto the 50 car of Chaden Tromp. So heading into lap number 9, about to be completed. The leaders are just in the background of those 2 cars crossing the line. 19 down towards turn number 2 is Blaine de Malon. 44, that is Chloe. You can see the reason why I kind of got it slightly wrong. I just saw the pink car sliding into the kiddie litter and I assumed it was hers in the Victron Energy car. But it actually turned out to be, of course, a bit further back there, Hayden Archer. Kennedy Torres making his way down towards starting another lap. But it's Yannick Gerber, Didier Diedrichs, Now Alan Mayer, who seem to be fighting for the top 3 honours here in this first heat of Formula M. Top 2 slightly up the road, and it looks like, have we got... Yeah, Neville van den Berg has gone and dropped down into 9th place, so van den Berg must have made a mistake somewhere on track, maybe in amongst the back markers. Trying to use those back markers to his advantage, which is exactly what Yannick Gerber has just done. He's found a back marker that's held Didier Dierrichs up. Dierrichs now has got a lot of work to do to try and close the ground and the gap that's been opened up between first and second. It was half a second on the last lap, and now it's moved up to 2.17 seconds. So he's lost at least a second and a half there behind the back marker. Didier Dierrichs. 77. I might have given him the commentator's curse there. I said the car was looking okay, but Hayden Archer now has to go and retire that one. After going off track, maybe something is broken in the latter part of this race. We've got a lap and a half to go. Head up towards the top of the hill. The leader has got a comfortable margin now. Yannick Gerber should be able to control it from there. Yannick Gerber, Formula M Class A, ahead of Didier Dierrichs, Formula M Class A. Alan Mayer is Formula Libre Class E in the Formula Volkswagen, and 3rd place overall as they come to start their final lap. So it's Dierrichs and Gerber, or Gerber and Dierrichs I should say. 2.1 was the gap. Has it gone up? It has gone up massive. 5.6 seconds now between first and second. So it looks like Didier is just going to settle for 2nd place here. Alan Mayer still hanging on for a 3rd overall. It'll be the win in his class, and 3rd overall in the category as well, which is a good run there from the Formula Volkswagen man. Also running Liqui Moly colours on that car. Gerber in the SV Tech and Narmud Bilton car. Sideways out of 5. Oh, maybe showboating a bit. Don't want to be doing too much of that. That could be costly. I wonder, there actually might be some oil, because there's the 44 car has also spun there. Chloe Stewart. Maybe there's a little bit of oil, and it wasn't him showboating. Maybe just got caught out by a bit of oil up at turn 5. But he hangs on and comes to the line for the checkered flag and race win in Formula M's Class A. Dierrichs will take 2nd. Good run here from Didier Dierrichs in the Jaguar colours. In the old Formula 1 team. Blaine de Melon. His way to the flag just ahead of Alan Mayer, who will finish up in 3rd overall and take the win in Class E. Clint Pedot comes through for 4th ahead of Lucian Ramchanda. I think it's possibly, there he comes. Just waiting for Ramchanda and LaRue, who's going to be the first of the 2 Liqui Moly cars. Well, they're fighting hard for it, and I think Ramchanda might have just hung on. So we can see as they cross the line now and get that result being posted. Remember, you can pick up all the live timing on Speed Hive today if you've got your smart devices with you, and you can watch us on the live stream as well. So that's what we've been doing here today for, of course, our Heritage Weekend celebration here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. We're going out of Formula Monoposto. The M's and Formula Libres are now done for their first heat. Up next, it's Marlboro Crane Hire, pre-66 and 68 Little Giants and under 2 litres. But let's have a quick squiz at the unofficial results there for our Formula M. Gerber takes the win ahead of Didier Dierrichs. Alan Mayer in 3rd. Clint Pedot in 4 ahead of Lucian Ramchanda. It's Jean-Andre Leroux, Kennedy Torres and Chloe Stewart in 8th place. Brian Mguni comes through for 9th, and Blaine de Melon makes up the top 10. Stand by for race action now coming from Marlboro Crane Highs, pre-66 and 68 Little Giants under 2 litres and the Legend V8 category. Paul. Certainly a highlight of the day, about to make its way onto the circuit now with Marlboro Crane Hires pre-66, 68 Legends of the 9-hour V8s. Our Little Giants and under 2 litres all combined, and the Legend V8 cars, of course, going to be fighting hard at the front end as always. As you can see them lining up there, Jonathan DeToy put it on pole position ahead of Ben Morgenrood. So it's Chevy Nova or Chevy 1 versus Ford Mustang. Then you've got the hard charge of Henny Groenewald in the Ford Comet and the Ford Fairlane of Mark DeToy. Siafari Jr. in the Barracuda will be just in the background there. So we've got 5 big gunners going at it. And then keep an eye on Mackie Adlam joining us for the first time in the Chevelle. Great to have him now in the pack of cars. And also up there as well, Paige Lindenberg and John T. Needham. Second pack will be led out by Mark Miller, Dion Schwabski, Stuart Gregg, Carl Brink, Jerk Fenter. And then it's John Tendershate ahead of Andre de Kock. And Warren Lombard should be in the 2002, but I think there was a bit of an issue there on that car this morning. So Lombard's had to try and find another vehicle out of the Trans-Africa Racing stable. And keep an eye and see which car they've allocated to Warren Lombard at the back of the pack. Sofus Pantassis is in the mix there as well. He's, of course, in ZB fighting with Paige Lindenberg. So we've got the ZA cars out front. We've got 2 ZB cars. We've got 3 Trans Am category cars and then Little Giants all in the mix here for this heat of Marlboro Crane Hire sponsored race action. That is Mark Miller. He currently leads out our under 2 litre class. I think he also falls into ZBs, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he does. So racing in 2 classes there, ZB and the under 2 litre class. Under 2 litres are made up of Warren Lombard, Carl Brink and Mark Miller. Trans Ams are John T. Needham, Dion Schwabski, Dirk Venter, John Tender Sharte makes up the Little Giants Class A, and Little Giants Class B will be Andre de Kock. Both of them, of course, piloting the Trans-Africa Racing GSM darts. Right, now we're under starters orders now as that pace car will move to the side. Jonathan DeToy will dictate the pace now as they head towards the line. Ben Morgenrood alongside him. Now remember, the last time Morgenrood was here at Zwartkops in that Ford Mustang, he had a big coming together and ended up with a lot of damage on that car. So whatever they did at Randfontein Auto, they've got that car sorted out. We are under starters orders and the lights are about to go out. Jono trying to get the Chevy to the front from the word go, and Morgenrood goes defensive almost instantaneously to keep out the attack from the rest of those V8s at the front end. Heading around towards turn 2, it is DeToy from Morgenrood, Morgenrood from Grunewald, Henny G's into 3rd place. Mark DeToy under a bit of pressure there from Siafri Jr. It's Paige Lindenberg and John T. Needham, Sofos Pantassis in there as well, having a fantastic run. And all on his own, so at this stage is Pantassis trying to pull away ever so slightly from the back end of the fight between Mark Miller and Dion Schwabski. To the top of the hill they go though. And it is already pressure being put onto the back of Jonathan DeToy's car there, coming from Henny Grunewald. Grunewald goes around the outside, looking for a way through there on the outside. Can he make it stick into turn 6? Yes, he can. Henny G around the outside of turn 6 and takes the lead. What a fantastic start there from Henny G. He leads out now over Jonathan DeToy. Morgenrood trying to squeeze on the inside as well. Trying to look for a way past there on Jonathan DeToy as he sees the East Tennessee Motor Company Ford Comet disappearing. So it's Comet versus Chevy Nova. Nova versus Ford Mustang. Mustang versus Ford Fairlane. Fairlane versus Plymouth Barracuda. What a start to this one. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And all 5 of those top cars out of our ZA category. Bit of pressure now coming onto the back end of Siafri Jr. As he's being caught by, the looks of things, by Paige Lindenberg. Lindenberg slowly but surely closing on the back end there. John T. Needham's lost a little bit of ground, but of course doesn't have the same amount of power as the big V8s in front of him. He currently leads out his class though. And he's ahead of Sofos Pantassis, Schwabski and Mark Miller. Back towards AMG Driving Academy, past the Universal Racing Stable and into turn 5. And it's Jonathan DeToy who is now trying to come back at the man who overtook right here 1 lap ago, around the outside of turn 6. NEG hit the front and he stays there. G's looking for a chance now to try and hang on right to the end. The reason they try to get to the front and get a bit of breathing room is that these cars tend to heat up rapidly. The brakes start to fade by the end of the 6th or 7th lap. And now heading into lap number 2 completed. They're already starting to slip and slide. Behind that, the fight is on. It's the 5 car of Dion Schwabski keeping out Mark Miller. In fact, he's got ahead now of Miller. And he's got Carl Brink on his tail. So it's Ford Escort Mark 1 versus Alfa Romeo Giulia versus Mini Cooper. At this stage, that is the fight for 9th place. Top 10 honours up for grabs there. Carl Brink would love a top 10 in the Mini. Grunewald, DeToy, Morgenrood, DeToy Jr., Siafri Jr. are all ZA category cars. ZB at this stage led out by Paige Lindenberg. John T. Needham, he leads out the Trans Am class. Sofos Pantassis is the leader of ZB. So that's how things stand in that top 10. Schwabski, of course, is also a Trans Am competitor, so he'll be second in the Trans Ams, down in 9th place. and then it's Miller second in ZB, but first of the under 2 leaders. Groenewald setting the pace on a 1:12.6. 1:12.9 from Morgenrood, 1:13 out of Jonathan du Toit, 1:13.8 out of his brother Mark. Du Toit has dropped down to third place, falling into the clutches there of his brother. So Mark slowly but surely closing the gap down onto that Chevy Nova. Looking to try and make it forwards 1, 2, and 3 at the front end if he can. Jeffrey Jr. still hanging in there. Top 5 at the moment in the Barracuda, but a long way off the pace of these first 4 cars. They've opened up a bit of a margin now, the first 4. Kind of equidistant apart as they come out of 88 corner and heading in towards Kenwood. Past the new Zoc Club. It's just left of our camera position here is that new area that's been dedicated to the Zwartkops Owners Club. Their old building, of course, was taken over by Toyota Gazoo Racing. It's their official headquarters here now at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Flying down into turn 1, and it is Groenewald sideways into 1. So Henny G certainly applying his trade the only way he knows how to, and goes even quicker on a 1:12.2. 1:11.9 out of Ben Morgenrood though. So Morgenrood has answered. He goes slightly quicker and wants to now try and close that gap down on Henny G. We've seen on numerous occasions Henny Groenewald and Ben Morgenrood fighting at the front end of a V8 battle, particularly in what was originally the old Westbank V8 supercars that have now become the Mobile 1 V8 supercars. We saw Ben Morgenrood actually take a victory at Kyalami only a couple of weekends ago at Festival of Motoring in an invitational drive there. So if anybody knows how to drive V8s, these top 2 certainly do. Take nothing away from the brothers behind them. We've always been involved in some absolutely epic dices in this category over the past couple of years. Particularly, of course, at the one that counts. That's the Passion for Speed Festival. And if you have got a program in front of you, remember, dates for the Passion for Speed Festival are in that program. Make sure you have the 26th and 27th of January and the 2nd and 3rd of February in your diaries for a double header of Passion for Speed Festival, as the 23rd Passion for Speed starts our motorsport calendar for 2024 here at Zwartkops. And it's certainly something you don't want to be missing out on. It's a action-packed 2-day racing here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Schwabski hangs on for now. Tyres and more car, keeping out Miller. Carl Brink has been caught slightly and falling into the clutches there of another Ford Escort. So fights on here between the Ford Escorts and Alphas and Ford Escorts and Minis. And that second Ford Escort, of course, is in the or under the power and steering of a certain Dirk Venter out of Lindenberg Racing. Looking for a way on the inside of the Mini as they go in towards turn number 3. Into the back markers now. That is Andre de Kock being caught and passed by the top 2. He'll have 1 lap less to do than anybody else out in circuit, as both G and Morgenrood have gone through. Morgenrood maintains his fastest car on circuit for the 3rd lap in consecutive running. It's an 11.6 out of Ben Morgenrood now, and the fastest lap of the race coming from that number 9 Ford Mustang. Jonathan du Toit, no answer to the top 2 at this stage. Morgenrood sliding onto the back straight, trying to emulate what Henny G was doing just ahead of him. The 2 of them pushing those cars really, really hard now. Gaps come down here between John T. Needham and Safas Pantassis as well. The Datsun 240 being caught now by that Ford Cortina. John T. Needham, as I said, leading things out in terms of the Trans Am category. ZB is Pantassis. And ZA at this stage are these 2. Another lap down. So really fantastic race action as as we've seen all day long so far from this class. And remember, this one is an 8-lap race. It's a 10-lap race. So it's a 10-lapper for these guys. Although my timing monitor's telling me slightly different. It's just changed now. So there you go. So we got 7 down and 3 to go. Or 2.5 for those guys as they head towards turn 4. That's the Barracuda of Siafari Jr. He's hanging on to a top 5 spot at this stage in ZA. That car, of course, originally piloted by Jeff Kruger, who's now left our shores and moved on with his beautiful wife into Europe for full-time. Morgenrood closes in. Now here's where the difference is between these two cars. Ben Morgenrood's car seems to be able to carry the pace of a race and doesn't run out of brakes as much as what that Ford Comet does of Henny Groenewald. But what you see from Henny Groenewald is his driving style. He tends to drive around any issues that might come up on that Ford Comet of his. Let's see if that's going to be the case now as they head down into turn 1 and start to close things down now on the second of the minis. So Miller, he's under pressure still there from Fenter. He's closing things down there on Schwabski. 2 Ford Escort Mark 1s fighting there with the Alpha. Continues as they come out of turn 6. Double right-hander, flick it left, down the hill they go. Miller hangs onto the inside line. He's going to probably hang on to that inside line to keep the defensive driving. No, they keep their racing line down into turn 8. More back markers negotiated there by the top 2. But what it has done is it's closed the gap down between Morgenrood and Henny Groenewald. So things starting to change up here in the closing stages. Morgenrood has come down to less than half a second between the top 2 as they cross the line and complete another lap. It's 9 down and 1 to go. So on to the final lap. Henny Groenewald under huge pressure. Ben Morgenrood goes even quicker. 11.575 this time from Morgenrood. Trying to find a way through here on Henny G in the closing stages. The Dutoy brothers remain 3 and 4. Junior stays in 5. Paige Lindenberg stays in the 6th spot. So she'll win out ZB's if she completes this lap in 6th place overall. Groenewald just seems to have the additional pace down that back straightaway. The Comet just with a little bit more top end, but the handling and braking ability of Ford Mustang behind in the hands of Ben Morgenrood is possibly what could spoil the day here for Henny G. There is a mini to negotiate, but I think Carl Brink might survive. Morgenrood comes out of 6, slides out of 6. That's going to cost him. But as I say that, Henny Groenewald slides out of 7. So they're pushing hard right to the line, these two, for the win. And checkered flag is out for Henny G to take the first one. So Groenewald wins out of it, Ben Morgenrood. 0.7 of a second between the two of them. Here comes the Dutoy boys into turn 8. Jono's hung on. He gets up the inside of that second mini. And Stuart Gregg just gives way for Mark Dutoy to come through for 4th place. Here's your 5 car. This is the top 5 here for ZA. And it'll be Siafari Jr. to the line. Let's see what's going to happen here between Schwabski, Miller and Fenter. Coming up onto the back end once again of Andre de Kock in the GSM Dart. Schwabski might have just been held up there slightly. Yes, he has been, but de Kock hangs onto the outside line. Schwabski dives through there in the tyres and more car. Miller follows suit, and there goes Fenter. So it looks like they might just end up as they are right there on track. Lindenberg's gone through already. Pagey's taken 6. Fantastis has taken 7. Needham takes 8. Here comes 9th place. Schwabski gets the 9. Miller gets 10. And Fenter comes through there for 11th place overall. Carl Brink should finish up in 12th ahead of Grant Viljoen, and the second of the minis there, Stuart Gregg, down in 14th place. So that wraps up our coverage of the first heat of Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-66-68 Little Giants in under 2 litres, and our ZA and ZB categories in the V8 Legends. Groenewald taking the win there in the V8 Legends ZA ahead of Ben Morgenrood and Jonathan Dutoy, Mark Dutoy and Sieferi. Your top 5 are your top 5 in ZA as well. Paige Lindenberg takes ZB. Suffers Pantastis, a good run there from him. He will take out second place in ZB. John T. Needham wins out class Trans Am in 8th place, beating Schwabski and Mark Miller, who fought it out for the honours in the under 2 litre class ahead of Dirk Venter and Carl Brink. Up next, we have got our historic Racing Series South Africa, and that of course is the Ben Morgenrood Pursuit Challenge. That'll be on track in a few moments' time. Just once again, as we got a bit of a break in the proceedings there, to our guys that are watching from the sidelines and listening in on the PA, if you've got a program with you, there is a slight change in the program, but what we'd like you to do is try and get your youngsters to run around the circuit and find as many of the famous racing drivers as they can and get some autographs of those famous racing drivers. And then we're going to be announcing in a few moments' time where and when to come and meet Zelda and Tanya from Zwartkops to get themselves a Fuchs Lubricants racing cap. Yeah, we've got a whole bunch of those caps to give away today. So if you are here at the circuit, do yourselves a favor, start running around, get some autographs in those programs, bring them along. We'll tell you where and when, and you guys can win yourselves a Fuchs Lubricants racing cap courtesy of our friends at Fuchs Lubricants. Big welcome to Belinda Groenewald. I'm glad you're enjoying all the action so far. And Willie Adlam, don't worry, it's better late than never, buddy. At least you're here and watching all this race action here from Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It's our Heritage Day weekend, and of course we've got lots of race action still to come your way, with Pursuit Challenge up next.
Zwartkops, always a great place, a lot of fun, always a lot of spectators. It's just an awesome weekend to be at Zwartkops.
It's really always great to come to Zwartkops. It's really a track that I love.
It's fun to be at Zwartkops, and it's one of my favorite tracks.
We love Zwartkops Raceway.
It's always great to be at Zwartkops, and I love the heritage.
It's great to be here at Zwartkops. It's one of my favorite tracks.
We love the Zwartkops racetrack and we love racing here.
Zwartkops, great place to race. I've been racing here for probably 20 years now, and I've enjoyed every single event here.
So another part of the day's proceedings about to kick off here for the second part of the morning before we get into, well, we're actually into the afternoon. We just snuck into the afternoon on those last couple of heats. But up next we go into the Ben Morgenrood Historic Pursuit Series, which of course is a handicap race. And what happens in the handicap race is pretty much self-explanatory if you've ever watched one before. It basically means you have got the fastest car in qualifying that will start last, and the slowest car in qualifying that will start first in a complete reversal of the grid. And then they do a couple of calculations. They do some working out on calculators and in the minds of our organisers. And you have to allocate yourself a lap time. And those lap times, of course, will give you an opportunity to then dictate what you can do on the circuit and what you can't do on the circuit. And once you've got that all sorted out, you get on track and you go racing. And if you get it all right, all the cars should cross the line at the same time. On track as they get going now. As you can see, it'll be Morgenrood that'll be at the back of the pack, but it'll be Robbie Frank in the Lotus 23, Hedley Whitehead and Rob van Aal, who will start things out ahead of Althea Pretorius, Wimpy van Sail, and then the Alfa Romeos going out there of Stan Stacey and Gareth Ferreira. By the looks of them, the GTVs are very similarly matched. As they head up to the top of the hill, we can see actually Althea out there in one of the, I think, only racing versions of a Nissan Exa in the world. John Bronner in his Alfa Romeo GT Junior, followed very closely there by a very fast GTV Alfa Romeo of Gerrit Murray. Behind that will be Dave Lation in the Volkswagen Sirocco. He's already been on circuit today, so he'll have a little advantage over the rest of this pack. Andre Hutting in the Mercedes-Benz 190E. And then behind that should be Gary Stacey in a Sierra XR8, but I don't think he's in the XR8. It certainly looks like a XR8, looks like a Ford Escort to me, and Morgenrood is the scratch car at the back of the pack. And he will set the pace, hopefully by the end of this, to get to the front. Now, there's only 8 laps to get around the circuit, and you've got 19 cars on track, which means there's quite a bit of traffic for these guys to negotiate. And eventually, that is the number 37 car. So a couple of cars that are not in qualifying have joined the pack as well. Or maybe there was a change-up in some of the cars that are out there. I think that might be Morgenrood's spare car. Have to get confirmation on that. Or is there a green? No, there's a green Sirocco out there. So there's another car involved there, but which you don't have on our qualifying list for this category. But we'll keep an eye on it anyway. Right now it's Rob van Aal who leads the pace ahead of Althea Pretorius, Hedley Whitehead and Jose Vasquez. Then it's Willem van Niekerk and Jensen Juert doing a super job in 6th place ahead of Stan Stacey. Gareth Ferreira, Tian van Rooyen and Hooper and Manigold who are sharing a car. That's how things stand at the moment, but of course that'll all change up in about 4 laps time as the quicker cars start to make up the ground. It's Johan Goos who's at the back of the pack actually. So Josie there in the gold Sirocco. Might have been a late entry. He's now the scratch car. Will be the last car that started out of the pit lane start that these guys have. Guys and girls, I should say. But Michelle Smith is not out there in her Nissan Skyline. I had a chat to her at the pit stop canteen this morning saying why was she not on circuit and why was she not qualifying? It's because her husband broke her car. It's a horrible thing to do. Only joking. Yeah, but that's exactly what happened though. So we're not going to say anything about that. We'll leave the in-house fighting there amongst the family. In-house fighting starting to happen amongst the Alphas as well. They're on circuit by the looks of it. Gunston-coloured Marauder. Willem van Niekerk in that Mark III Marauder. That's GTVs. Followed by Jensen Hewitt in the Alfetta. That's our leader, Rob Van Aal. There is the Escort XR8, so I do apologise. I didn't see Stan Stacey getting that XR8 on track. There it is. One of the original saloon cars racing in this country. It used to run not in Group N colours, it was actually just before Group N that car ran. But XR8 Interceptor on circuit in the hands of Stan Stacey. Gary Stacey, not Stan Stacey. Gary, of course, is in the XR8 Sierra. Stan Stacey is in the Alpha GTV. Nice to see that car, though. There's not a lot of those XR8 Interceptors left here in South Africa. Most of them have sort of been exported to Europe, where you can get yourself a nice couple of pounds for those kind of cars if you can get it there in prime and pristine condition. Tiaan van Rooyen, he's also been on track in that 924 Porsche of his earlier on today in that HRSA first heat. Van Aal continues to lead out, but Althea Pretorius has got Jose Vasquez closing down on her. Willem van Niekerk in the Marauder is closing down on Vasquez. Whitehead doing the same thing there to van Niekerk. And now Tiaan van Rooyen trying to find a way through there on Jensen Hewitt. This one is definitely an 8-lapper, and we're about to get to the halfway stage as Rob Van Aal has just crossed the line to make it 4 out of 8 done. So it's now where things start to change up ever so slightly. What you're going to see is the faster cars are going to start to make maneuvers on the slower cars. There were no really slow cars here in this first heat, which was good to see. So there was no one that had done a full, complete lap before the next car had been sent on its way. They were all within the same lap as they were sent on their way, other than Gross, who started with a couple of cars going past him. So he would have had to make up at least a lap and a half on those cars in that gold-coloured Sirocco. He's still down in 18th place, but as I said, this is where things start to change pretty rapidly in terms of positions on track and where the faster cars start to come through on the slower ones. Dave Layson making up a lot of ground there. And slowly but surely looking for a top 10 if he can. He's got to try and find a way through still on Werner Hartzenberg's 916 Porsche. Jensen Hewitt just in the background has been caught and passed now by Tiaan van Rooyen. Hedley Whitehead being caught now by van Rooyen. Hedley's in that little Mini Cooper. That's the scratch car going through turn 1. So there are the first of the competitors he's got to try and find a way through on coming out of turn 2. So out of turn 2 is the scratch car, and I think the lead car could possibly be already on its next lap. It is. So I don't know if Gross and Whitehead and Gross, Roo and Stacey have done their calculations correctly. It's usually the second heat that those calculations are a lot closer. But as I said, the theory of this racing is that by the end of 8 laps, if all the percentages are right and the allocated lap times have not been broken out, all 19 cars should cross the line at the same time. Althea still in second. Looking in the background though, You can see things starting to be closed down pretty rapidly by Jose Vasquez in the Mercedes-Benz 280. Van Aal is the lead car into turn 6. A little understeer there from Van Aal coming out of the second part of turn 6. Pushing hard to try and stay up. He can't push too hard though, because remember, he would have allocated his lap times. I didn't get those lap times, unfortunately. I usually get sent them by either Rob himself or his daughter. So I'm not quite sure what the breakout times are on this class, but if they have got those, they can send it to us. It'll be really, really cool, just so we can have a look at them. The 190E slowly but surely making its way to the front as well. Good move there from Andre Hutting, ticking them off and coming up onto the back end of John Bronner now in the GT Junior. You look on the inside of turn 6, try and squeeze the Alpha out. There is Hartzenberg in the 916 Porsche. Layson just back of that pack. Bronner trying to keep out the Merc. But no, eventually gets through. And they've got 2 to go. So 2 laps to go to get to the front now. Let's see what the gap is like now between Rob Van Aal. Looks like he's going into turn 4. I just saw him in the background as the lead cars and the second pack of Foster cars come down towards turn 2. So he might have enough just to hang on. Van Aal, Althea Pretorius, Jose Vasquez. That's your top 3. There's Willem van Niekerk. He's in 6th place in the Gunston colours in that Mark III Marauder. He heads to the top of the hill towards Universal Racing and the AMG Driving Academy. Van Aal about to start his final lap. So 1 lap to go now for Rob Van Aal. Can he hang on? How far back is Althea? There you can see it just in the background. That might be enough of a gap though for Rob Van Aal to hang on for this win, if he hasn't broken out. As I said, I don't have the breakout times. They weren't sent to me today. But if he hasn't broken out, Van Aal has got a comfortable lead. 6.5 seconds should be more than enough to keep out Althea. Maybe not Vasquez, Ferreira and Van Niekerk. Possibly even the hard charge coming out of that 190E of Andre Hutting. So he's going into turn 4. Hutting is going into turn 2. Should be a big enough margin there to hang on. Van Aal onto the brakes for the last time, up towards turn 5. Ford Escort Mark 1 about to be the first car across the line here with Rob Van Aal at the wheel. Althea's not too far behind him, but it's going to be too far for her to get to the lead. And little Nissan X is going to come through for second. If these two have not broken out of their allocated times, first and second place, heading in the Mark car class to, in fact, the fine car class, I beg your pardon, to Rob Van Aal. And Althea will take the Mark car class. There's Vasquez. Does he hang on for third? He does. Just ahead of the GTVs. And the Sirocco of Dave Layson. Then it's the Marauder. Hutzenberg will follow. Or would he? No, he won't. He'll be outgunned there by the 190E. But as I said, we'll have to wait to get confirmation on whether or not these guys have broken out of the allocated lap times for these 8 laps. Right now, it's Van Aal, Althea Pretorius, Jose Vasquez, Stan Stacey, and Gareth Ferreira, your top 5. Dave Layson in 6th, Hartzenberg is 7th, Willem van Niekerk is 8th ahead of Andre Hutting, and Tiaan van Rooyen will make up the top 10. If I look at the categories, Rob Van Aal will take the fine car class win, and then it will be Werner Hutzenberg for second in the fine car class. So that's how that works. It'll be, of course, the Mark car class going to Althea Pretorius, and then it's possibly going to be Willem van Niekerk or Stan Stacey who will be there for the Mark car class. So that's our first Pursuit Series race for the day done. We're going into INEX Legends race 1 of 3. I'll be standing by down in pre-race, and we'll be back with you shortly. from INEX Legends, race number 1 of 3. And as they line up, it's Jagger Robertson, the champion, ahead of Sebastian Lanzetti. Jaden Huerson and Tyler Robinson ahead of Cyril Jacobs Jr. Look out for Christian Pariachi coming through there. Berlin Robinson, Johan van der Venter, Johan Jooster, Davy Diedrichs, and Dietliefs, I beg your pardon, and at the back there, Niels Jooster, as they come to take up their positions now for the start of race number 1. If I look at this pole position as well, it doesn't look like it's Jagger on pole. I think that's a possible change up on what I've been sent here on the INEX Legends grid, but the lights are about to go out, and we're going racing down towards turn 1 again here at Zwartkops. Kevin Robinson is the man who was on pole position. I thought I might have picked up on that Den Braven car as it heads into turn 2. And on his tail, Jagger Robertson. Behind that, Johan Jooster pushing hard, looking for a way through early on if he can get there. And I'll have to keep an eye out on also the progress coming out of our young guns. Sebastian Lanzetti didn't quite get the start he wanted. He's dropped back slightly. Good start coming out of Tyler Robertson though. She's up into what is now 4th place. Applying the pressure there from the back end. 88 car there as well, coming through there pretty rapidly. Watch out for some changes in that mid-pack as Jooster's dropped back slightly. He's dropped back now into the clutches there of Niels Jooster and of course Jaden Huerson. It's Robertson 1 and 2 though as they come through turn 6. Devon over Jagger. Hillman into turn 8 to complete the first lap in anger. 8 laps of INEX Legends action coming away. Somebody running wide out of turn 8. Christian Pariachi sitting at the moment in 6th and 7th place battle. But out front, Devon, Jagger and Sebastian Lanzetti getting away from the rest of this pack. Leaving Tyler Robinson all on her own in 4th. She's got Jaden Huerson just behind her. So Huerson trying to close things down there ahead of Cyril Jacobs Jr. and then Pariachi. Johan Jooster and then Berlin Robinson into the top 10 ahead of Johan van der Venter. Sebastian Lanzetti was fastest on the last pass, so he currently sits in 3rd place, but the fastest car on track is in his hands at this point. Tyler pulling away slightly now from Huerson, and he's doing the same thing there to Cyril Jacobs Jr. Let's see what Jaden can do about closing that gap down on Tyler. Behind that, they are equidistant apart. Watching Pariachi head down the hill into turn 8 to complete lap number 2 of 8. Jagger trying to close the gap down on Devon Robertson there out front. Remember, Jagger will be leaving literally from the circuit. And over the next couple of days, making his way to the United States of America to represent South Africa in the World Finals of the new INEX Legends category. Looking to emulate what Devon did only a couple of seasons ago and come back hopefully with a national American title as well as a world title in INEX Legends. That's his plans there. The young man there in 2nd place. Our current standing champion in this class for INEX Legends. Running in the Liqui Moly colours up towards turn 5 and past AMG's driving academy. He's under a bit of pressure though from Sebastian Lanzetti. Lanzetti starting to apply the pressure a bit more onto the back end of Jagger. Devon's watching and just letting them get on with it because it's giving them a chance to get away. Berlin Robinson further back in a fight of her own there with Van der Venter. Looks like the two of them have got through there on Johan Jooster. So Jooster's dropped back now down into 10th place. Berlin is 8th and Van der Venter is 9. They finish up their 3rd lap of race action and now head towards turn 2, continuing the fight there between Robinson, that's Berlin, and Johan van der Venter. As I said, Jooster's dropped back down into 10th. Devon continues on his merry way at the front end, but still not the fastest car on track. That is still in the hands of Sebastian Lanzetti. So Lanzetti now up into third, looking for a chance to maybe squeeze out second from Jagger. David Robertson got a little bit of breathing room. It's about just over half a second between himself and Jagger. And then it's about a similar margin to Sebastian Lanzetti. Tyler Robinson in the number 27, good number on that car. She's been caught and passed now by Jaden. Jaden's got through. So Jaden Robinson now up in a fourth place ahead of Tyler Robinson. And a nice bit of manoeuvring there. Oh, that's very nice. That's a nice little one to give away there. Thanks, Uncle there. Yeah, we've got some of these been given away today. Remember, we've got some really awesome Fuchs Lubricants caps to be given away. So do yourselves a favor. Get those autographs into your books while you're watching and in between the races, because Fuchs Lubricants have provided us a whole bunch of caps to give away. And we're going to be doing that a bit later on as we get as many kids out there getting autographs in their programs. Go down to Larry's pit. He's quite happy to sign your caps as well once you've got them. And he'll be looking forward to seeing you guys running around in his sponsors' caps. So thanks to that one for Larry Wolford and the guys from Fuchs Lubricants. We've got some caps to give away, and Tanya and Zalda will let us know where you guys need to meet them to see if you've won yourself a Fuchs Lubricants cap. So if you are walking around and you've got a program in your hand, make sure you get as many autographs in that program as you can. Race action continues out on circuit. Devin Robinson, Jagger Robinson, Sebastian Lanzetti, no changes there. Tyler Robinson has lost out but has regained position on Jaden Goosen. So the two of them having a fantastic dice there for fourth. And then further back, Berlin, her sister's got slightly up the road from Johan van der Vente and Johan Jooster. Huge fight on here between Sebastian Lanzetti, who continues to be the fastest car on track. An 11.288. Devin Robinson doing 11.294 and Jagger doing an 11.3. So how close do you want it? That's pretty tight. It's about 0.5 of a second between those three cars in the front end of the field. Lanzetti is the man on the charge though. Change up again between Goosen and Robinson. Jaden's through. Torino Toyota man has moved his way up ahead of that AF Fans car of Robinson. So Tyler moves down one position. Top three across the line again. 6 down, 2 to go. Will Jagger try and open up a little bit now? I see Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer walking down the back of pit lane as well. LT, if you can see me in the two wheels truck, I need to have a chat with you as well at some stage, buddy. I've got something for you. So I'll see you later on in the day, but good to see him having a fantastic day's racing so far. Good run there in the Formula Volkswagen. And now a massive run here from these three into the closing stages of race 1 of INEX Legends. That Den Braven car under a bit of threat now. Jagger's turned the wick up ever so slightly, trying to close down and find a way past on Devon. Interesting to see whether or not they're going to make it easy for themselves or they're going to be fighting hard. Well, speaking of fighting hard, back of the pack, a little bit of issues there. One of the cars spinning out. Leaders start their final lap. And they're going to be catching that spinning car. I think it was Davy Dietliefs who spun out there. But our leaders onto the final lap now. Jagger Robinson looking for a chance now to possibly get ahead of Devon. Devon's going to make it very difficult. He knows exactly how to place these cars, particularly at this circuit. Lanzetti off. Lanzetti runs wide out of turn 2. Well, that's second place gone now for Lanzetti. He should have enough breathing room over Tyler and Jaden to maintain third. So there's a very good possibility that that could be up for grabs. Look at that. Around the outside goes Devon, showing the youngster and the new man the way to drive these cars. Jagger comes up his inside into turn 5. And the fight's on here between the two Robertson boys as they head towards turn 6 and 7. Jagger's close, but I don't think he's close enough. And I think Devon's going to hang on. Yes, he is. Devon Robertson, barring any mistakes down to this final corner, could wrap this up here for the first heat of INEX Legends. And here it comes. Checkered flag on standby. Den Braven car goes across the line with Devon Robertson at the wheel, taking the win. Jagger Robertson gets second. Sebastian Lanzetti, despite going off the circuit, will hang on for third place. And it's going to be Jaden beating out Tyler to the line. So Jaden Goosen beats out Tyler Robinson for 4 and 5. Jacobs Jr. comes through for 6th ahead of Christian Padiachi. Great run there from Berlin Robinson to finish up in 8th place ahead of Johan Juster and Johan van der Venter. Top 10 there in our INEX Legends all across the line, and that is our first heat done of 3 for the day. Up next, we're going into Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-74, the ISPs, the Trans Ams, and our Pre-66 Sports and GT class. It's 10 laps of action coming your way shortly. We'll see you soon. So there you have it. That's the rest of the day's racing that's planned for us. Up next, as you can see there, at 1:10 we're trying to get back on track in terms of our timing. Marlboro Crane Hire Legends, Pre-74 ISPs, the Trans Am, and of course our Pre-66 Lamar Sports and GT category. They are waiting down in the pre-race area for our official start time. Then we've got our single-seaters celebrating 25 years of the historic Single-Seater Association here this weekend. And of course, once again, a reminder to everybody that's around the circuit, if you've got youngsters with you, get hold of one of the race day programs and start them on a bit of a quest to get around the track, to get as many autographs in those programs as possible. I've got a whole bunch of Fuchs Lubricants caps to give away, courtesy of Larry Wilford and his team. And I've actually got a very special one that I'll be looking to give away a little bit later on as well, signed by Larry himself. And also, if you're talking about legends, we're speaking about legends about to go onto the circuit. We've got another legend down at shed number 1. Peter Lindenberg is in the house, and he's got a whole bunch of his autobiographies or biographies that were, of course, published only a couple of months ago. Flat Out and Fearless, the story of Peter Lindenberg. You can get that at the Lindenberg Racing stable at shed number 1 here in Pit Lane. And of course, Peter is in the house, so if you'd like him to personalize and autograph it for you, I'm sure he'd be more than willing to personalize it to somebody who goes and buys one of those today.
So I'm driving a 1965 Shelby Daytona for Lindenberg Racing, and we're in the Sports and GT class.
Peter Bailey, I'm racing the 917 tomorrow in the pre-74 ISP race.
So those are two of the competitors we're going to be looking out for there. That is, of course, James Temple in the Lindenberg Racing Daytona Coupe. And a little bit further up the road there's the 917 out of Bailey Cars. It's the blue and white 917 Porsche that Peter Bailey will be piloting. Trying to get to the front end as rapidly as possible if he can. And put on a bit of a show here for us. As they come to take up their positions, as you can see, it is Henny Groenewald who actually put it on pole position in terms of this class. So we're looking forward to seeing whether Henny G can hang on to the front end, possibly give those pre-74 sports cars a bit of a run for their money. He's in the Chevy Camaro. He's got a Chevron B8 alongside him in the hands of Jonathan DeToy. Mark DeToy behind that in the Lola T70 Spider, the Wolves ice cream car, one of the famous cars here from the circuit and Trans-Africa Racing. Larry Wolford's in a T70 straight up. That Lola T70 of his, the green one, in 4th place. They are both ahead of Peter Bailey and Ben Morgenrood. Bailey, as I said, in the 917 Porsche. Ben Morgenrood back in his usual steed. A very, very competitive Ford Mustang that competes in a couple of classes today. They both line up ahead of James Temple in that Daytona Coupe from Lindenberg Racing, and Andre van der Merwe in his Porsche, if he was able to get it sorted out. I know he had problems in the first heat of racing he participated in, so he might not be back on track. Mark Miller certainly will be in the second of the Chevy Camaros. That's the one out of Trans-Africa Racing. It's a white and yellow striped car. Alongside him will be Lieutenant Colonel Alan Meyer in the second of the Chevron B8s. That's the BMW powered one. And then John Tendashate alongside Warren Lombard and Ishmael Beloy at the back of the pack for this first heat of the Legends of the 9 Hour pre-74 ISPs and pre-66 and 68 Lamar Sports and GT class, all combined. Sorry, Paulie, I didn't realize you were running the promo beforehand. I just saw you put up the program. So we're just running through the program as well. We've still got a lot of race action to come your way. We're still not through the first heats of the day. We've still got one more first heat to come after this in the historic single-seaters. There it is. And then we go into a little bit of a lunch break. From there we go into the second heats of everybody and the second and third heats of INEX Legends here today as well. So pace car moves its way into the pit lane. A massive thanks once again to Pretoria Noord and their continued support of the Zwartkops International World of Motoring. As Henny G will now lead them out and try and keep that Camaro ahead of arguably a little bit more nimble Chevron B8 on his inside. But of course there's no replacement for displacement, so let's see what the bigger cars just behind that can do now in race trim. Bit of pressure coming onto the back end right from the word go there as they head down towards turn 1. It was coming on Peter Bailey, and the pressure was coming from James Temple as they went into turn 2. Temple looking for a way past on that 917 in the Daytona Coupe out of Lindenberg Racing. Can't quite get there just yet, but Morgenrood certainly has got through. Morgenrood has squeezed out Peter Bailey and dropped him down one place. Groenewald leads out at the front end, pulling away now from DeToy and DeToy with Larry Wolford right on their tail. Then it's Morgenrood ahead of Bailey. Bailey's got some pressure, as I said, from James Temple. Good start there from Temple. He's pulled slightly away there from Mark Miller in the Trans-Africa Racing Chevy Camaro. It's the SV Tech, and of course that car prepped to perfection at the front end with Henny Groenewald at the wheel. Aurora and Fuchs Lubricants T70 makes its way down in the hands of Larry Wolford. Oh, a little out of shape there from Wolford. Something's gone wrong. Massive puff of smoke out of that T70 as he went down the hill. Hopefully Larry Wolford was able to sort out whatever issue was. That car is known for smoking, so I wonder what the issue was there on Larry Wolford as he came out of turn 7. T70 now with some smoke starting to pillow out the back end of that exhaust pipe, straight onto the windscreen of the 917 of Peter Bailey. Not quite sure what the issue was there, but he definitely stepped out coming out of turn 7, and then there was a big puff of white smoke out of the car. Top three heading down towards turn 4. And the Lola T70 Spider with Mark Dutoy at the wheel, trying to close down on his brother Jono in the Chevron B8. They head to the top of the hill, trying to close the gap on the leader. Henny Groenewald doing it all right in the Chevy Camaro. So it's a fantastic start here from these three cars. Let's see if they can keep it all together now for this first heat of race action. Groenewald is International Sports Prototype Class A. Mark Miller in the second of the Camaro spins out at the top of the hill into turn 5. AMG Driving Academy, and he spun out right in front of it. Jonathan Dutoy, ISPA as well. Mark Dutoy, ISPA. So your top three in International Sports Prototypes are leading the field overall as well. Harry Wilford is the fourth car, also out of the A class in ISPs. So first 4 cars on track, all out of ISP A class. Peter Bailey is the first of the Class B competitors in the 917 Porsche. He currently sits in 5th place. He's ahead of James Temple, and Temple is leading the sports and GT category. Big pressure coming from Jonathan Dutoy now onto the back end of Henny G. G soaking it up, but the little battle between them is slowing them up slightly, allowing Mark Dutoy to join the party. So we got Chevy versus Chevron versus Lola. That's what International Sports Prototype should be. Those are names synonymous amongst this kind of category of racing over the last probably 60, 70 years. And they've all been fighting hard at all times. 1970 Chevy Camaro leads out a 1963 Chevron B8 and a 1965 Lola T70 Spider. Behind that is a 69 Lola T70. Then it's a 1970 Porsche 917 type car of Peter Bailey. Because Bailey cars build those cars just down the road from the circuit. And they've got a whole bunch of cars that they are manufacturing and exporting to all around the world, including a version of the GT40, which Pete will pilot, of course, in the Passion for Speed Festival on the 26th and 27th of January here at Zwartkops. James Temple is in a 65 Shelby Daytona Coupe. We've got Mark Miller in a 66 Chevy Camaro. We saw him spin out at the top of the hill. There is that 917 I was just talking about of Peter Bailey. Bailey cars 917, crosses the line, completes another lap. And that's 4 down and 6 to go. So it's a good run here so far from these guys. Further back is that Warren Lombard. I think that might be Lombard in the... He was supposed to be in a Daytona. I think he might be in the AC Cobra. There's been a problem on that second of those Daytona Coupes out of Trans Africa Racing. Ishmael Beloy about to be caught by the leaders. He just waves and gesticulates to Henny to go inside of him. Dutoy's lost out to his brother, so Jono drops to 3rd. Falls into the clutches there of Wilford Racing's Larry Wilford. So it's Mark Dutoy up to 2nd, Jono down to 3rd. And Ishmael's going to hang on just to allow Larry Wilford through in the number 1 car. Smoking gun out there. There's always been a problem on that car, the smoke coming out of the back of it. A lot of times he's been called and questioned on it by the COCs, but as long as it's not dropping any surface changing liquids, it can continue on its way. And that's usually the case with that car of Larry Wilford's, the Lola T70. As I mentioned, he's got a whole bunch of caps we're giving away, courtesy of his sponsor, Fuchs. So Fuchs Lubricants caps to be given away later today. Stay tuned to our PA and to the live stream. We may even give a couple away on live stream. We'll see how we go. Change up there for 3rd. Wilford gets ahead of Jonathan Dutoy, who drops back now. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue there on that B8. That Chevron B8 is literally bomb-proof. It hardly ever puts a wheel wrong. So if Jonathan Dutoy is starting to fall by the wayside, there must be some kind of an issue on that car. Mark Dutoy closes down rapidly, and he's now within about half a second of the leader, Henny Groenewald. Halfway stage reached, 10 down, 5 down and 5 to go, I should say. So we're into the second half of the race now. As Groenewald continues to lead things out over Mark du Toit and Larry Wilford. Coming up on Mark Miller, he's already into turn 4. So the lead Chevy Camaro is catching the tail end Chevy Camaro of Mark Miller. But he has had a spin, so arguably not really where he should be in terms of track position at this stage. Look up the inside there from the Lola T70 Spider. Wall's Ice Cream was the sponsor of that car and still is. That Wall's Ice Cream color, catch me and you can get one, or catch me and I'll give you one type of thing, is on the back of that car. You'll have to go check it out. It's really awesome. Still big smoke out of Wolford's T70. Wolford now closing in on the back end of the toy. He seems to just find late race pace all the time, does Larry Wolford. He's looking quite dangerous to try and find a way through there on Mark du Toit. 3 big V8s fighting at the front end. Good move out of Larry Wolford. Inside line on the T70 Spider. Finds a way through and he's up to second. Yeah. So Larry Wolford now goes on the hunt for Henny Groenewald. Seen that in the past as well a couple of times. Groenewald versus Wolford. Here's the inside line from Larry Wolford up the hill. The T70 hits the front and goes up into the lead of the race. Within the space of 2 corners, Larry's gone from 3rd to 1st. So Wolford now leads out. International Sports Prototypes has got a T70 at the front, a Chevy Camaro in 2nd and a T70 Spider in 3rd. Still lots of smoke coming out of the back end there of Larry's car. Lots of it coming on the right-handers, even more on the left-handers. Henny Groenewald pulls out to stay out of that smoke just to get a bit of vision. John du Toit still in the 4 spot, but looking in the rearview mirrors, keeping an eye on how far back that 917 Porsche is. I think he's got enough breathing room there to keep Bailey out, but of course Bailey will be looking for a Class B victory here, and he's got it comfortably. Some back markers to negotiate there. Looks like that might be Alan Mayer, who's just been caught and passed. Now, yes, it is. 2nd of those B8 chevrons. BMW stripes on it. Means it's run with a BMW engine. And Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer now outgunned by the top 3. Alan down in 9th place overall. So they've lapped up to 9th with a lap to go. Wolford was still with the smoke coming out of the back of the car. He's looking to close things down now, possibly on Ishmael Beloy by the time we finish up this final lap of race action from race 1. Mark Miller into turn 1, 2nd of the Chevy Camaros. It's Wolford now with a big lead over the Chevy Camaro. Mark du Toit is not too far behind Henny Groenewald, but I don't think he's going to find a way through there on Groenewald. Henny will definitely make that car very wide, not allow a chance there for Mark du Toit to spoil his 2nd spot. Wolford's got to the front and has not been troubled since, pulling about 2-second lead over the 2nd and 3rd place cars as he comes to take the checkered flag. Larry Wolford winning out the first one. Groenewald in 2nd and Mark du Toit in 3rd. Ishmael Beloy will be coming through there. We finish out just outside the top 10. Here comes Jono. Jono will be 4th place in ISP Class A and 4th on the road. Bailey comes down the hill. He's not going to go through on the inside of Mark Miller, but Miller's already been lapped, so he'll get the checkered flag anyway. And it'll be a win in ISP Class B for Peter Bailey. James Temple will take the Sports and GT category. He'll beat out Ben Morgenrood and Warren Lombard. And that'll wrap up our first heat of the Legends of the 9 Hour Pre-74 Sports Prototypes. And our sports and GT category. There's confirmation unofficially. Wolford, Grunewald and DeToy ahead of John and DeToy. Your top three are Class International Sports Prototypes Class A. Class B, first is Peter Bailey in 5th place. And Sports and GTs is won out by James Temple ahead of Warren Lombard. Got through there right in the closing stages to beat Ben Morgenrood. Alan Mayer in 9, Mark Miller in 10 with a DNF for John Tendershot. Well, he hasn't crossed the line, maybe he hasn't got a DNF. Maybe just a lap down there. And Ishmael Beloy also in 12th. Up next, it's historic single-seaters. And they'll be celebrating 25 years of race action. We'll bring you a little bit of the history behind that just before the first race. Said as we start our final heat of the first heats of the day. It's historic single-seaters that'll be making their way onto the circuit, and they are going to be looking to celebrate 25 years of their historic single-seater association, and it is a fantastic 25 years of that association. As you can see, one of the biggest fields here today comes out of HRSA, and there are 31 cars about to go to battle here for the first heat of race action. They're all down at the Bridgestone sheds, of course, at the bottom end of the circuit near the karts track. And it is fantastic to see all of the competitors coming back out here to celebrate 25 years of the historic single-seater association. Lots of history behind these cars, as you can see. And they range from 1980 to 1990 machinery all the way down into the 1940s with the MG Specials, Hedgehog and Spider, the oldest cars, of course, on track today. So it'll be great to see them all fighting hard with 1990 Van Diemen's piloted by Dallin Holton and the likes at the front end. But at the back end, it's continued battles all the way through. And a massive, massive congratulations to the Historic Single-Seater Association as they celebrate 25 years here in South Africa. Some of these cars not only participating in single-seater circuit racing, but a lot of them also participate at the Samola Hill Climb. And you'll see even some of them running the old livery and stickers and decals that they ran at that event too. So it should be a pretty awesome day's racing here in terms of single-seater action, as they're out on track at the moment, doing their warm-up and coming to take their positions for a standing start. One of the only standing starts that we've got here today in the Historic Single-Seater Association Race 1. It's It's Andrew Horn and Dannon Holton who are on the front row. 1981 Van Diemen versus a 1990 Van Diemen. And then behind them it's an 86 Tempest and an 68 Lotus 51A in the hands of Matt Nash, who make up the first two rows of this grid. These guys should celebrate their 25 anniversaries more often. It's one of the biggest fields of single-seaters I've seen here in a long, long time, other than what we normally see, of course, at the Passion for Speed Festival. So looking forward to race action here now as they come to the line. I'm not quite sure why I've lost my earphones, Paulie. Maybe you can just give me a little bit of feedback in the earphones there. Sorry about that. I know I'm talking over the PA as well as over the live stream, but it seems to be quite low going on the live stream. Just a couple of questions that have come through on our live stream feed as well. The wind looks bad. This looks as bad as in PE. No, it's not that bad, Villy, but yeah, it has picked up slightly. And great to have Roderick Mitchell joining us here as well. 1-2-1-2. Oh, there we go. It seems to have come back again. Thanks, Paulie. That's awesome stuff. Good job. As we're heading into historic single-seaters. Z's just joined me here from Zwartkops. She's got a couple of caps we're going to be giving away later on today. She still hasn't told me where and when, but I know that her and Tanya are coming up with some kind of a plan as to how we're going to get those Fuchs Lubricants caps to the kids and kids at heart that are running around trying to score as many autographs as they can in their race programs. That's what you have to do. That's what's going to make you eligible. So I can see our youngsters running past me here in the Two Wheels TV truck. If you haven't got a program, go and make sure you get as many of those signatures as you can. I've got a special cap that's already been autographed, which we can add to that collection as well, which would be quite lekker too. I'm sure somebody would love one of those for their collection. Eh? Right, green flag at the back, and we are almost good to go. It is historic single-seaters. First heat of the day, and look out for an epic battle between those first four cars. Season campaigners in those first four cars. Season campaigners all the way through. And guys have been racing here almost since the inception 25 years ago of HRSA. What a way to start off a 25th anniversary edition of this historic single-seaters as they head down towards turn one for the first time. You can see it's going to be a bit of a fight of note. Jody Morrison, Roger Lewis, Rodney Green and Andrew Horn all fighting at the front end as they head down there for the first time under pressure. Horn Dog looking to try and take us into this big field of 31 cars of single-seaters going to battle. And have a look at how awesome they are. The Triumph Spirit at the back, the Hedgehog, the Spider, they're all in the mix. Yeehaw! Going at it big time here at Zwartkops. We love historic single-seaters at Zwartkops. And of course there's a big field hopefully going to be joining us at the Passion for Speed next year too, with some international contingents looking to make a welcome return to the Passion for Speed Festival. As we've always got a massive single-seater contingent that comes from Europe and from the United Kingdom. And hopefully all of those guys are going to join all of these guys and be part of a massive field of single-seaters here. You can see just how hard that number 7 car is having to work. It's great to see Rod Green getting sideways and working that steering wheel through turn 4 in the Hedgehog. Fenter with a bit of a problem, puts his hand up. Steve Fenter was currently sitting down in about 9th or 10th place. He's dropped right out of it now. So it looked like a little issue there for Steve Fenter. The 14 car, Paul Richardson, starting to make its way to the front as well. Slowly but surely getting into the fight for the top 5. But it's Matt Nash who leads things out as they complete the first lap. He's ahead of Dannon Holton. Ben van der Westhuizen is there in 3rd. Andrew Horndog has dropped down to 4th with Alan Koenig right behind him and Paul Gadber. Then it's Sean Cabrita, Richardson, Shannon Winterstein and Patrick Dunseith. Those are your first top 10 cars heading across the line after completing lap number 1. So a 10-lap race well underway here. 31 cars started and we've still got a whole bunch of them out there. I don't think we've seen any retirements just yet out of the single-seaters. I've seen a couple of guys slowing, other than maybe Steve Fenter he had a bit of an issue there. So Fenter possibly having to go into pit lane. The slower cars now will slowly but surely be caught by those quicker machinery. But how awesome is that? I mean, it's just two MG specials out there. One has the nickname of Hedgehog, one has the nickname of Spider. And they're fighting hard. Mid-pack. Also some great battles. That 38 special is one to watch out for as well. In the hands of Michael Koenig. Always does a great job there and pilots a single-seater to perfection. Trying to close down on a Lotus, or the couple of Lotus out there. And of course Shannon Winterstein in his Porsche too. He'll be looking for a chance to be at the front end. So that's the kind of machinery we're playing around with here. Looking through that pack. 127, 1986 Formula V there in the hands of Jan Jacobs. The Marlin Formula V out there. We've got a Merlin, of course, in the hands of Patrick Dunseith. Here comes Spider down on the brakes. He's got his hand up already, warning the quicker cars that they're coming up on him. Matt Nash looking on the inside. Andrew Horn there as well, trying to find a way through. Nash gets through relatively unscathed. He's moved to the front end and maintains a decent gap now. That number 51 car of Matt Nash is a Lotus 51A Formula Ford, leading the pack. Dallin Holton is in the 1990 Van Diemen. So it's a 19... What are we in there? Matt Nash in a 1968 Lotus, leading over a 1990 Van Diemen Formula Ford. And then it's Andrew Horn in a 1981 Van Diemen Formula Ford RF81, as opposed to the RF99 just ahead of him. Busy out there. Lots of cars to negotiate. Ben van der Westhuizen trying to close things down now in his 74 Royale as he heads to the top of the hill, trying to get onto the back end there of Holton and of Horn. Hoping that some of the traffic will slow Matt Nash down slightly. It seems to have, but only a little bit. Green comes through there in the 7 car. Just was trying to pick up on that Triumph, if I can find it on my list here. Alan Grant in car number 9 is the 1959 Protea Triumph Special. That was the car just behind the Spider and the Hedgehog that we saw. Some yellow flags that have just been withdrawn. Blue flags now being shown to the slower cars, being caught by the quicker ones. Nash, Holton, Horn and Van der Westhuizen quite evenly matched between those 4 cars. Although Matt Nash has pulled away ever so slightly now, using the traffic to his advantage. Someone's run off. Oh, there's dirt there. Is that... yes, it is. It's Andrew Horn. Andrew Horn's run wide out of turn 4. And he's put it into the kitty litter. I was going to say, he's just got through on Dallin Holton, and as I was about to say, moving into turn 4 into second, or second in that battle for second, 3rd place on the road, he just ran wide all on his own. It's gifted Dallin Holton a position there all on his own now for second. Matt Nash comfortable in first. Horn Dog on the sideline. So Andrew Horn, unfortunately, out of this one, parked on the side on the exit of turn number 4. 21 car now, Ben van der Westhuizen will move up into 3rd place overall ahead of Paul Gerber. In fact, Paul Gerber ahead of Ben van der Westhuizen. Just saw that in terms of the colours of the car. Gerber has moved into 3rd. The 70 machine now ahead of the 21 car. So Gerber ahead of van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen ahead of Richardson. And then it's Winterstein, Dunseith, Cabrita, Roy Douglas and Viantit down there in 10th spot. 155. That's a really awesome looking little car. Something completely different there. That's a 1973 Cobra Formula V. And it looks like it's running John Player's special colors there as well. The black and gold machine livery on the sideline. So 1973 Cobra Formula V there of Jody Morrison. 36 in the shot there as well. Nice to see. Viantit, he's in the Dulon. It's a Mark 178 Formula Ford. Don't think we're going to see anybody who's able to catch and pass Matt Nash though in that Lotus 51A. 88 goes flying through as well. Nice start there for this one. For the 8-8 car there of James Derbyshire. He's in the balls up Formula V. That's the version of the Formula V that he pilots. Pat Dunseith is a long-standing competitor in this category. He's got a 1974 Merlin Formula Ford Mark 25. As I said, the 38 Special being piloted by Michael Koenig. That's the Capital Mark 1 Formula V. At one point, the entire Formula V class looked like that car. Further back there is the Lotus. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to try and find that car there quickly. Here they come down the hill. So it looks like a little bit of a smaller margin there between Halton and Nash. Oh no, I beg your pardon, it's another car. I just saw the red nose cone. Halton's a little bit further back than that. So it's Nash still with about 5 seconds up the road from Dallin Halton. So enough to maintain it. There goes that Protea we were talking about, the Protea Triumph. Alan Grant at the wheel of that car. Alan Koenig currently the fastest car on track as well. Interested to see that down in 7th place overall. Koenig doing a 1:10.9. And Alan Koenig, it's Big Daddy to Michael. What is he? I'm trying to find him here on my list. 31 cars to negotiate here. Try and find him if he's even on the list. I don't think he's even on the list. No, he's not. Alan Koenig is not on the list, so I'm not quite sure what he's piloting, but it'll be a single-seater of some nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Probably a Formula Ford. Quite good in those cars. Mike Ward out there as well in his Ray 83 Formula Ford. So Matt Nash has completed 7. Make that 8 now as he crosses the line. And there's 2 to go for him. In the background, a little bit of a fight on here. Gavin Hewitt in the Mantis Formula V. Drives up the inside. And makes one position. He's about to be caught now by some of the Foster cars. Here's Hillary, finds a way past on him in the 55 machine. Also stalwart of this category in his Dulon Mark. It's an MP 158 that he pilots, a 1974 Formula Ford. It's easy to spot Des with the massive numbers on the side of his car. There goes Spider, a number 44 machine. Sorry, that's Hedgehog. The number 44, of course, is Roger Lewis in the Hedgehog, and the number 7 is Rodney Green in the Spider. So those are both 1944 and 1946 MG specials. There is Rod, about to be caught by a couple of the slightly quicker cars. One being Roy Douglas in the Tiga Formula Ford. That's car number 76, the all-yellow car that we just saw in the shot. So what an awesome way to celebrate 25 years of racing here at Zwartkops. It's 25 years of the historic Single-Seater Association. It's also nice to see hand gestures up there saying thanks very much for the room that's been given. A big field of cars like this, you have to be very wary of where you are on track. And you also need to make sure that you are not getting in the way of potential race victories here, particularly when you've got quick cars like Matt Nash and Dallin Halton coming in amongst you. Coming down to the line though is Nash for the win. Nashville across the line. He'll take the victory there, and it's a nice little win for him, racking it up there in the Lotus 51A Formula Ford, beating out Dallin Halton in the Van Diemen R99 RF99 Formula Ford from 1990. in second place ahead of Paul Gerber, who had a great start and came through there in his Ray 83 Formula Ford for third place overall. So that wraps up our first half of the day. Reminder to everybody that we have got a competition running. If you've got yourselves a program and you've got signatures, I'm just waiting for Tanya and Zelda to let me know where they want to hand out those Fuchs Lubricants caps that we've got to give away. And also don't forget to go down to shed number 1 and hook up with a legend in motorsport, Peter Lindenberg. He's giving away, or he's not giving away, he's selling his Flat Out and Fearless autobiography, talking about his race career and his racing career in Formula 1 powerboats, barefoot water skiing, and of course on circuits all around the world and in this country. 39 Springbok colours, 23 national championships, and 3 Guinness World Records are that man's accolades in his motorsport career. You can get his new book, Flat Out and Fearless, at shed number 1. We've got a small break in proceedings now. I'm not quite sure how long it's going to be, but we'll be back shortly with race action coming your way here from Zwartkops International World of Motoring and the celebration of Heritage Weekend this weekend as we get into the Ben Morgenrood HRSA Race 2. Right, so Roger McIntyre will be handing out some caps. If you want a Fuchs Lubricants cap and you've got a whole bunch of signatures in your program, make your way into pit lane and come down to the bottom of the control tower. Bottom of the control tower, you will see the 2 Wheels TV Peugeot van, and we'll be handing out some of those Fuchs Lubricants caps over the lunch break. Come and join us here, and we'll see you shortly on the live stream. I do still have PA. So all the youngsters out there, or all those youngsters at heart who would like to get themselves a Fuchs Lubricants cap, come and join me here at the 2 Wheels van at the bottom of the control tower, and we'll be handing out a couple of those Fuchs Lubricant caps courtesy of Larry Wolford's sponsor, Fuchs Lubricants. I call out to all of our Ben Morgenrood HRSA competitors, please start making your way down to pre-race, guys. We are going to start a little bit earlier than our rescheduled program. We're looking to try and start at about 2:05, so all HRSA competitors, please start making your way down to the pre-race area. Thank you. I was back on track now for the second heat of historic racing. And of course, it's the HRSA saloon cars about to go to battle again for the second time today. We kicked things off with them earlier on, and we are now doing some more of them here today for Heat 2. And it's Heat 2 action coming away now for the rest of the afternoon. Heat 3, of course, of INEX Legends will bring us to the end of the day's racing by the time we get later on this afternoon. But answer a couple of questions that were asked throughout the lunch break. And thanks to those guys for coming down and getting themselves a Fuchs lubricant cap. And you want to maybe shoot down to Larry Wolford's pit and get him to sign it for you. But what happened to Formula GTI? Well, Uncle Billy, basically what happened there was Volkswagen had sponsored it for a long, long time. And once they pulled out of that series, the series kind of couldn't run on its own. So the cars are still around. You saw one today with Alan Mayer at the wheel. But the series itself sort of fell by the wayside and then was taken over a little bit later on by what was then Formula Volkswagen, which was a slightly different single-seater with wings and slicks that ran as a Drivers' Championship here for a while as well, for about 4 or 5 seasons. Alrighty, so we are under starters' orders as they come down now on their second warm-up lap and getting ready to go now for race action yet again in the Historic Racing Series Association. It's Rudolf de Vos, and it looks like the Porsche's back at it again with Andre van der Merwe at the wheel. They'll be fighting hard at the front. Meredith Wills will take up the challenge again, being led out by Stuart Koenig, Jono Koenig, and Andre ten Apel in the 3 Siroccos. Gavin London will hope to be in there with Johan Goos, and then Terence Ladner and Richard Duckham were the top 10. We had Nigel Townsend at the back end of that. Fred Koenig fought it out with Dave Layson. Another 2 Siroccos fighting hard. And then at the back there, you picked up on those lime green decals on the windscreens. That's the young timers. And those young timers, of course, are made up of cars that are slightly out of the historic racing, but of course just inside classic racing. And all of them ex-production cars led out by Rob Clark, Mike O'Sullivan. And they'll be fighting hard in that category. There you can see them there. Slightly different livery. Of course, that Nissan Sabre, Nissan Sentra as well in the young timers. We're looking forward to a little bit of a fight of their own at the back of the pack. But let's concentrate on how things are going to start out here for race number 2 of HRSA, sponsored by Ben Morgenrood Auto. Chevy Can-Am, the little Chevy, alongside a Porsche 911 Carrera. It's Ford Escort Mark 1. 3 Volkswagen Siroccos. Very evenly matched Siroccos in their own right. Followed by a Datsun 1200 GX. We've got a GX followed there by another of those Volkswagen Siroccos. Another Mark 1. In fact, another 2 Mark 1 Escorts. Chuck a little Alpha GTV in there. And a few more Datsun GXs further back from that. That makes up the first kind of 15 to 20 cars on track here for HRSA's second heat, and the lights are about to go out for it. Drop the hammer, and down towards turn 1 they go. De Vos seems to have got the whole shot. Looks like it's the Porsche into second. Yes, it is. Van der Merwe hangs on to second place just ahead of Meredith Wills, who's under pressure already from Jono Koenig. Stuart Koenig coming through there as well. Looks like she might be Stuart Koenig who's onto the back end of Willis's Mark 1 Escort. Smallberger having his own little fight in the Shield Escort just further back in that pack. And it's Koenig all over the back end of Willis. Then it's Layson with London. London from Jono Koenig just ahead there of Goos and Rian Roux. They head up there, and I think it's possibly Terence Ladner who's now into that mix for the top 10 honours. Goes diving on the inside of Ladner side by side with him. Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer has just joined me here in the house. The birthday boy from a couple of days ago. Happy birthday there, LT. Andre van der Merwe just continuing to hound the front end of this field. But he's having to work hard as Rudolf de Vos made a bit of a mistake there. So de Vos has dropped back slightly. He's now coming back at Willis. So a little mistake there from the Can-Am. Let's see whether or not he can make up that ground on the Porsche at the front end. Now that Van der Merwe's got a little bit of breathing room, he might be able to put in some laps where there's clear traffic, just to open up a bit of a margin to control things from the front if he can. Hamilton's and wow, that's a good maneuver there from that Hamilton's car, that 1200 GX, looking for a chance to dive through. Sirocco power in the house here, flying through as they come out of turn 6. Stewie's got a little bit of advantage over the rest of the Siroccos, but there's 4 of them fighting with 2 Mark 1 escorts. Make that 5 of them. There is 5 of them. 2 Mark 1 escorts and 2 GXs. The GX Coupe, then another one of Dave Layson. And here comes Ladner as well, looking for the chance. And Peter Jensen looking for a chance to dive up the inside there as well. Sofus Pantassis going side by side there alongside Peter. Gavin Harrison in the mix as well. That's a fantastic little fight here. And they'll continue to fight it out all the way around the circuit. So Foss under a bit of pressure as he comes down into the braking markers. He's putting the pressure onto the back end and looking for a way through. Can't find it just yet though. But there is some serious maneuver happening. Johan Kruger into the mix there too. So Kruger starting to just show his way around. Slowly but surely becoming a bit of a thorn in the side there of that battle amongst the Siroccos. Out front though, De Vos has hit the front again. He's managed to get the Chevy Can-Am back to the front end after putting in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:10 flat. And he's now almost a second, making probably around a second and a half up the road from the Porsche. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a fight for that Porsche because Van der Merwe's not going to have his own way. He's got Willis and Koenig on his tail. Smallberger continues to fight it out at the back there with one of the GX Coupes. Fantastis on his own now. Looks like they seem to spread out slightly here, and that backpack was a lot closer earlier on. Here comes the charge back again from Derek Smallberger in the Shield Mark 1 Escort. Fisser in the Jetta, 3rd place at the moment in the young timers class. Looks like it's Rob Clark from Myco, and then Fisser in the Jetta in 3rd. That's how it stands in that young timers class further back in the pack. Can pick them up with that lime green livery on their windscreen decals. BP Nissan Sentra at the back, they're fighting hard to try and find a way through them, one of the GT Juniors. Koenig on the inside, can he find a way past? No, he can't. Willis shuts the door. So on the way, he's 4. A nice start here from Rudolf de Vos. Didn't quite have it all his own way because he had a small mistake about 2 laps ago. But it hasn't taken him long to get back into the front and pull away. Looks like we're also missing the Porsche. Yeah, that Porsche's gone missing there of Andre van der Merwe. As we see 3-wheeled action coming through turn number 8 there. Always great to see some fights of note amongst this class. They certainly hold nothing back in their ability to provide us entertainment at all aspects of the circuit. Everywhere you look, there's a bit of a fight on. Will we see a change up for second? Has Koenig got something special here in the closing stages, or the halfway stage, I should say, of this race? Terence Ladner now on the back end of London. London on the back end of John O'Koenig. As those 3 fly through turn number 1, just behind them comes Coase. Coase is not too far behind them. Onto the braking point down into turn 2. Ladner, Duckham is right there as well. Richard Duckham slowly but surely closing in. Clark from O'Sullivan from Fisser in the young timers category further back. It's like 19, 21 and 24th place overall. Clark trying to find a way through there on that Ford Escort Mark 1. Hasn't found it just yet though. It's slowing him down slightly, allowing Mike O'Sullivan to close him down. Fisser's coming along for the ride. Further back, or further up the field I should say, Gavin London continues his fight here with Terence Ladner on his tail and John O'Cunnig just ahead of him. There's Ladner on the inside of turn 1. Hamilton Sirocco trying to find a way past on London, forces him wide and slots through. So it's now Ladner one position higher up into 5th place. And London down 1 into 6th. Huge fight here for 2nd. Koenig through turn 4, heading up towards turn number 5 now. Past the Universal Racing Stable, up towards AMG Driving Academy. Very, very close between these two cars. But it's Willis who just hangs on for now. Oh, big lunge into turn 6 there from Stewie. Just couldn't quite make it stick. Coming up on some back markers, that might out Stuart Koenig out a little bit. Might be able to use these back markers to his advantage. Seven down and 3 to go. Can he try and find a way past? Auto Rubber and Incl Sirocco fighting hard there with Meredith Willis. Pressure coming on some back markers now from the two Siroccos. Jono trying to get that GTV between himself and the second of the Siroccos there of Terence Ladner. London's right on Ladner's tail as they come out of turn 2. Not going to let him use the back marker to his advantage, which he was trying to do. Quite work out for him though. 2nd and 3rd up towards turn 5. Still no change up. Late braking from the Sirocco of Koenig. Koenig now is under big, putting pressure onto the back end of Willis big time. Some more back markers to contend with. This could help him out. They're going to have 2 to go as they cross the line this time. DeFoss is already through. Lead car, no problems at all for him. 2 to go for 2nd and 3rd place. And even the little Chevy's taking a bit of strain through the traffic. Lots of cars on track. It'll be traffic right to the checkered flag now for the battles there in the top 10. So Jono might have made a little bit of mistake there. You know, he's dropped back slightly. He's behind. Is that Ghost in the... No, Johan Kruger. So Jono Koenig dropping back slightly. He's found himself a bit further back now. Not where he wanted to be. This is where he wanted to be. Of course, this was Ladner and London. 1200 GX taking on the Sirocco. Hamilton-sponsored Sirocco there, up towards turn 5. So DeFoss now on his final lap down into turn 2 in the little Chevy. Rudolph with no worries whatsoever here. Had a little bit of an issue with the Porsche earlier on. Didn't be too much of an issue though, because he was able to get through even with a mistake that he made. Willis hanging on. With Koenig all over the back of him. Literally 2 tenths between those two cars. as they come up on the lead car for the back end of the pack's little battle. And Rob Clark in the young timers car might have to give way here to DeVos in the little Chevy. Clark keeps it buried though. Down the hill, the Chevy will probably just dive on his inside. He does so. In the background, Willis goes defensive to keep out the final attack there from Stewie Koenig. To the line. That's how we wrap it up here for race 2 of Ben Morgenrood's HRSA series here at Zwartkops on our Heritage Day weekend. Sullivan in second, Visser in third in the Jetta. How the young timers are going to finish up. Ladner has hung on to keep out Gavin London for the top 5. And in the background, I think Jono Kruger may just have hung on. He has, I think. As they cross the line, let's see if things change up there. No, Duckham just getting through there at the end. Beating Fred Koenig and then Nigel Townsend. With Jono Koenig and Frans Jensen making up the top 10. So that's how we wrap up the Ben Morgenrood HRSA Racing Series. We have got Formula Monoposto, M's and Libras standing by for their second heat of 12 laps. Coming up in a few moments' time. There are your unofficial results. Rudolf de Vos ahead of Meredith Willis and Stuart Koenig. Ladner ahead of London. And then Richard Duckham beats out Fred Koenig. Nigel Townsend. I know it says Townsheld, but I think it's Townsend. I think it's a spelling mistake there. Jono Koenig and Frans Jensen making up the top 10. Daryl Mann and Dave Layson, 11 and 12 respectively. We'll see you soon for action from Formula Monoposto. So it's time for race 2 time now. Our Formula Monoposto. It's made up of Formula M, Formula Libra, a couple of Formula Fords and a couple of Formula Vs in there as well. All ex-single-seaters from various championships now all combined into Monoposto for their second heat of racing today. Don't forget racing coming up in the very near future here at Zwartkops. Still this year we have got action coming from the double-header to finish things up at this incredible world of motoring. 7th of October sees the Inland Championship back here at Zwartkops International Raceway. And on the 14th of October, we come back here for the final round of the National Extreme Festival. And that is a massive day's racing with lots of championships still up for grabs in the national formulas and should be wrapped up here at Zwartkops. And don't forget the 26th and 27th of January, back here, the International World of Motoring for Passion for Speed's 23rd running. Fenter seems to have got his car sorted out. I see him rolling to the line there. Gerald Wright, I'm sure, would have got that car sorted out down at Wright Motorsport to ensure that he can go racing here for the second heat. Had some problems in the first one, so hopefully they'll get that all sorted now for the second one now. As we line up, it's a lot of cars. Said made up of Formula M. If you've just joined us for the first time, Formula M is Formula Motorcycle. It runs a motorcycle engine, Suzuki GSXR, or the 1600cc versions of those motorcycles run underneath the hoods of those single-seaters, and the majority of them at the front end all come out of Formula M. So it should be another great battle amongst those competitors. The red flag's about to go off, just waiting for a final clearance at the back. Here it is, and stand by for the fastest 30 seconds of your life, because that 30 seconds changes to 5 changes to lights on. Lights off, drop the hammer, and here we go. Another big battle expected down towards turn 1 again as the Monopostos make their way down there for the first time. As we've seen all day long, it's kind of a battle between Formula M, the Super Vs, and a couple of GTIs and Formula Fords thrown into the mix. Yannick Abel will be looking for a double victory if he can get it all right. And it looks like he's got a great start there ahead of Didier Diedrichs. Alan Meyer in the Formula Volkswagen. Looks like he may have dived up into what is third place. And then somebody running wide out of turn 2. So a little bit of issues there right from the word go. Alan Meyer also in a Liqui Moly sponsored car this weekend. Being helped out there from the team that run the Super V category. Good to have, of course, our good friend there, Early B, in the house too. He's having some fun also in one of those Super Vs. Not quite at the front end, but definitely having some fun and games of his own, that's for sure. In his own little fight, but his two teammates will certainly continue their fight. Ramchanda, LaRue, Badeau, and Kennedy Torres, all looking for a fight in what is going to be the closing stages here of racing for them. There are 12 laps of this one, and they're about to complete the first one. Kennedy Torres there in the 9.3, goes across the line, just tucked in behind the two Liqui Moly cars fighting for honours. Good to see the 7.7 back on track as well there. Had some issues in the first race, and Hayden Archer had to retire early, but he's back on track again. Speaking of retiring, a bit of a slow car at the back of the pack. That's a bit of a concern. Not quite sure who that is, can't see the number on the car. But slowly but surely falling through the way. Early B is already up into 18th place. It could possibly be Blaine de Malon or Neville van den Berg. I don't think it's Neville van den Berg though. Let's see who that car was. I'm just seeing if I pick up who was dropping by the wayside on our timing sheets. Top end though, it's Gerber. Diedrichs under pressure from Alan Meyer, beg your pardon. Alan Meyer in the Formula Volkswagen, all over the back now of Didier Diedrichs, looking for a way through. We were chatting about it earlier on, and I had a comment that was thrown at me by Billy Adlam talking about Formula GTI, and safety car has been deployed. Something's happened out on circuit with the safety car boards and double wave yellows. So I'm not quite sure where that issue is, but red flag, in fact. I saw a red flag there on the sideline. So it must be a big one with the red flag coming out. If the red flag comes out, it's usually something a little bit more serious. So not quite sure where we've picked up on that, but definitely somewhere around the track. an issue that has called for a red flag. It's the 44 car there. I think that's Chloe. Yeah, it is. Chloe Stewart out of turn 4 by the looks of it in the Victron Energy car. Has spun out and looped it. And looks like she's stuck on the other side of the barrier, just on the exit point of turn 4. So red flag being called there for the second heat of Formula Monoposto. All the cars will circle around and take up their positions on the grid again. They may have to reshuffle that grid slightly because they're not going to stop in their order that they finished in. So we're going to have a little bit of a break here. Looks somebody diving into pit lane as well, so maybe there were 2 cars involved in that incident. Lead cars heading up towards AMG and past the Universal Racing Motorsport headquarters. And now past the Gazoo Racing headquarters on their right-hand side, the old Zoc Club. Coming to the new Zoc Club just on the left-hand side of our camera position here. They'll have to take up their positions somewhere on the grid and then probably do a reshuffle of that grid. Yannick Haber, Didier Diedrichs, Alan Mayer, Clint Bedot, Lucian Ramchanda, Jean-Dre Leroux, Kennedy Torres, Damien Archer. It was Chloe in 9th, but she's now stuck on the inside of turn 4. Looks like she's okay, maybe a little bit shaken. As now she's being attended to by one of the marshals who's waiting for the medical team to get there. There they come in the Pretoria North Toyota Corolla. So Donovan and Hunley will be certainly looking to get in attendance of the young lady. Make sure she's okay. Just a reminder to everybody as well, if you are looking to pick up some memorabilia or something that you definitely need if you're a motorsport fan, Flat Out and Fearless by Peter Lindenberg is available at shed number 1. If you'd like to get a copy of that book and get him to sign it for you. Of course, he's down there at shed 1 with his team. So go and support the man who's been involved in motorsport for a long time now. 39 Springbok colours were handed out to his illustrious motorsport and powerboating career, as well as barefoot water skiing and water skiing on a world championship basis. He's got 3 Guinness World Records, and if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, it's about 23 national championships as well that went into the trophy room at Lindenberg Racing. So we've got a couple of cars on the grid there that might be out of position slightly. They may wave those cars through and tell them to go around to take up their positions again, or let's see what they're going to do to reshuffle that grid, but certainly it should be Yannick Gerber and Didier Diedrichs who are on the front row. We'll to see how they sort this grid out now. Alan Mayer was just starting to close in on the back end of Diedrichs before the incident at turn 4. So that Victron Energy machine of Chloe's being moved out of harm's way and behind the barrier. It'll probably stay there until the end of the day's racing, unless we get a gap somewhere that they can go and retrieve that car. But of course this is the last race for Formula Monoposto. Once again, got to take our hats off to these ladies and gents on the side of the track that stay at each of the corners throughout the race day and ensure that we are kept safe, given the correct flags, and of course clean up any mess that's caused by racing incidents like we've just seen. And of course it's a team effort now between what was the Zwartkops marshals, all combined now with Kyle Army marshals and a couple of Red Star marshals, all in one big team. And they travel the country as well when it comes to the big international events too, to assist with the awesome amount of experience they have. I can see the mini club might be in the house as well on that back banking as well. Hi guys, I can see you guys on the live stream, and hopefully you guys can hear us out on the PA system as well. A couple of really awesome examples of the Mini Cooper brand there. Old school minis though, not the new ones. I see some guys underneath that Alpen portable shade as well are also enjoying themselves. It's great to have you guys here. See you guys have stuck around. Got lots of time to get home before we go to that funny game where you throw the ball backwards to go forwards. Looks like a couple of fans up there at looks like turn number 4 in the grandstand too. You guys enjoying yourselves up there? If you can hear us on the PA, you can give us a wave because you're on TV right now. You're on our live stream. Mini Club are waving. I can see you guys waving. Thanks, guys. There we go. On that back straight away. As Leon would say, die manne op die walle. Hoe gaan het met die manne op die walle daar so? Checkered flag coming out there on the back wall as well by the looks of it, eh? Yeah, wave that checkered flag. We can see it waving. That's the way to do it. Go crazy. Go mad. Go absolutely crazy. We love it. Good job. Oh, looks like there's a red umbrella getting into the action in the background there as well. There you go. Don't worry, we can see you. We can see you. Ticket flag's not out just yet. Almost getting blown away there, man. Hold on there, Mary Poppins. Hold on, don't go too far away. Hey, we still got some race action to come your way. End of the day, you can catch the wind with your umbrella, man. Some really awesome examples of the Formula motorcycles that are out there. Just getting some information thrown my way from Andre de Kock as well, saying Yanni Gerber's taken an old Formula Ford Kent and built that machine of his with a KTM engine in it. So we've got a KTM, we've got a Kawasaki, and we've got about 9 Suzuki motorcycle engines in those Formula M's at the front end of the field. And then, of course, Alan Meyer came and told me he's in a real deal Formula Volkswagen. One of the ex-championship cars that Volkswagen ran the National Drivers' Championship in for a couple of seasons as part of what was the end of Vodacom Power Tour and the beginning of Westbank Super Series before it became what is now the Extreme Festival. Well, I certainly heard some whistles in the background, so hopefully that's going to bring us under starters orders again. Looks like we're clearing the grid there to get going. I think they'll probably give these cars a lap to reshuffle the grid, because I'm not quite sure if the man on pole is supposed to be there. And let's wait and see if my theory is correct. I think they might just give them a green flag to send them on their way to come and retake up their positions for the restart. I've got a hand up, 6 cars back. Hands waving, saying that there's probably an issue there. Maybe you stalled the car. And sometimes on single seaters what happens is they don't run a battery in that car, so you may need a battery starter pack to get the car started up again. So Marshall running over there to see if he's okay. Front car seems to have the same issue. The problem that you're going to have here as well is because of the heat of the day, we're sitting at about 32 degrees Celsius at the top of the day, and we're now at 10 to 3, so probably about 28, 29 degrees Celsius ambient temperature. It means that those cars' engines, and of course sitting on the grid for so long, could possibly be giving them some issues. A couple of cars have got their own starter buttons, of course, can start up, but a majority of them would require a starter pack to get the car started, or at least someone to push it off the line to bump start that motorcycle engine. Looks like they've got those 2 cars fired up rapidly though, so good job from whoever ran on there with the starter pack. And they roll off under green flag. So yeah, it will be 1 warm-up lap to come and reform the grid and get back into their positions. Looks like the Martini Racing coloured machine there with a bit of issues. It's the car that was giving us. It's Aiden who's got some problems there of his own. Guess we'll have to wait for the restart now for our timing monitor to refresh. There we go, it's refreshed itself now. Let's see them come and take up their positions now for the second start. And hopefully everybody gets through. I'm looking at it, they've given it an 11 lap race, so they've only taken 1 lap away. They're going to have a full restart, but just 1 lap shorter than what was scheduled. Try and get some heat back in the rubber. That shouldn't be too difficult because the track temperatures are quite high. If it's high in the sort of late 20s into the 30 degrees Celsius mark, track temperatures will be close to the sort of 40 degree Celsius mark then. And important to get not only heat into the rubber, but heat into those brakes as well. That's Alan May in the Formula Volkswagen. Yellow flags just bringing them to the line and just warning those slower cars that they've got to retake up their original grid positions. So it looks like they're going to go for a full restart there with a full reformed grid as well. Giving everybody a second shot at this. Gerber and Diedrichs were the cars to beat. Alan Mayer wasn't too far behind them though. If he gets a slightly better start there in that Formula Volkswagen, he might be able to run with the 2 motorcycle engine machines. Early B takes up his place a bit further back in the pack there. The 4th of those Liqui Moly sponsored machines. Resident DJ, of course, who's loving life, being part of that Super V family. So Gerber and Diedrich are your front row. Mayer and Badeau second. Ramchanda and LaRue for Liqui Moly in third on the third row. Kennedy Torres, Damien Archer alongside each other. Chloe Stewart will not be there. Hammond Kricker will be back on track though, just in the 5th row on the second spot. And there we go as we go into starters orders again. The 5-second board goes to lights on and off, and when they go off, it's time to go racing. Oh, massive jump start! But I think that was because the man on pole has stalled. Yeah. It is a massive mistake there from the man on pole position, and Yannick Gerber has been left behind. He stalled the car on the grid, but it looked like there might have been a jump start there coming out of one of those Liqui Moly cars. Possibly it's the 27 car there. But we'll wait and see if that was actually the case, as they've all got underway and headed down towards turn 2, onto the back straight now, out of turn 3. Deirdrick sliding off and slamming into the wall. Massive maneuver there from Didier Deirdricks. He's come out of turn number 3 and went slamming into the side of the tyre barrier on the exit of turn 3. So we've lost the pole man and the man in second on the grid in the space of 3 corners. So leading things out here, good possibilities. Could be Clint Bordeaux. It is. Clint Bordeaux ahead of Alan Mayer. Alan Mayer ahead of Jean-Andre Leroux. And once again, red flag. So red flag for the second time in the second heat now for our Formula M, Formula Monoposto and Formula Libre combined. So they'll all come up, take up their positions again. This time, fortunately, they'll have to get back into their original grid position. There's a replay. We just got the tail end of it. Didier came out of turn 3 absolutely fired up, looking for a way to try and run away from the pack. Seeing Yannick Gerber stall it on the grid. Gerber will get another shot at it because he only stalled. He got going again, but he'll have to now come and take up his position in pole and have no one alongside him. He won't know at this stage that there's a car missing from his right-hand side, and that being Didier Deirdricks, the cause of the second red flag down into turn 3.
Zwartkops, always a great place, a lot of fun, always a lot of spectators. It's just an awesome weekend to be at Zwartkops.
It's really always great to come to Zwartkops. It's really a track that I love.
It's fun to be at Zwartkops, and it's one of my favorite tracks.
We love Zwartkops Raceway.
It's always great to be at Zwartkops, and I love the heritage.
It's great to be here at Zwartkops. It's one of my favorite tracks.
We love the Zwartkops racetrack and we love racing here.
Zwartkops, great place to race. I've been racing here for probably 20 years now, and I've enjoyed every single event here.
You know what? We come to Zwartkops, always a great day out and an awesome track to go around.
Come to Zwartkops, always great fun, great racetrack, great day.
It's not just a track with an up and down and bends. He researched quite a few circuits overseas, and the turns are all very technical, and so it really works you. It makes you work really hard around this circuit, and it's close friendly. The facility is beautiful. There's lights. The bathrooms are clean. It's absolutely great to come here. I really enjoy.
All right, let's try this for a third time now. Hopefully we can get this one right. We've had 2 starts and already some arms being waved on the front row there by our pole man. So Yannick Gabber got a stalled car in race number 2's start 2. This is start 3 now. Hopefully he's got that car started up. If he hasn't, he's going to be in big trouble now. Let's see if we can get it started as they go to starting order. We're in good position, so we should be able to go straight into the start procedure. Person with the red flag, start delay board coming out again. Maybe a nightmare here with Formula Monoposto. Taking strain to get these cars all sorted out and ready to go. First race was all clean and clear. Cabot taking the victory. Second race we had Chloe Stewart crash out, and then a restart saw Didier Diedrichs crash out. Right, we're back under starters orders now. Let's see if they get it right this time. 5-second board. Lights on. And off we go again. Once again, Gabber not getting the start he wanted off the line. Doesn't have to worry too much. He's got a very fast car underneath him. KTM powered Formula Ford Kent with some wings and slicks thrown onto it. Didn't quite get the start he wanted. It was a great start coming out of Alan Meyer. Once again, another good start out of Clint Bedaux. And Clint Bedaux at this stage gets the whole shot and leads, heading onto the back straight for the first time. Let's see if he gets through here clean and clear this time out. It is Alan Meyer who actually leads out onto that back straight. So the LT takes the lead in the Liqui Moly Formula Volkswagen. Gabber already up into second place. For a chance maybe to close things down there early on to get ahead of Alan Meyer as they come under braking up towards turn 5. Looking to dive on the inside of Meyer as he gets into turn 6. I think he might have got through. They're side by side as they go through turn 6. Through the back, flailing out there, trying to find ways to get up close and personal, and that's exactly what's happening in that mid-pack. Hayden Archer, as I said, back in the mix after not going according to plan in race number 1. Jean-Andre Leroux fighting with Ramchandra again, just behind Bedaux. And we've got all 3 of 4 Liqui Moly cars in that top 5. Early B's the only one who's not up there in the Liqui Moly team, but he's of course having his own fight further back. 93 is Kennedy Torres. Not too far behind him will be Damien Archer in the blue car. There he comes. Just saw him, that sky blue color coming through the end of the shot there. Alan Mayer goes defensive into turn 4, keeps out Yanni Gaber for now. From the Volkswagen, has got a great turn of pace up the hill. Hangs on to the lead for now. Just chatting to a couple of the drivers in that lunch break, saying how slippery it is up on that top shelf. Cars sliding through there relatively with ease because there's so much oil that's been dropped down there throughout the day. Gaber seems to be slowing. Yeah, Gaber definitely with a problem there, because look at how Bedou's closed down on him as they come into turn 8. So Yanni Gaber now with some problems of his own as he gets into the second part of this restart. It's now down to an 8-lap race. In fact, no, it's an 11-lap race. It's 3 down and 8 to go. Pardon. So they eventually have decided to make it 1 lap less. Thought they might go down to a 10-lap because they've done another lap in that last one, and a couple of guys will be concerned now about fuel. Have they all fueled their cars and taken into account possibilities of restarts like we've had? That'll be what we'll be looking forward to seeing at the end of the race. See what the fuel strategies have been. Did they just fill their cars completely and not worry about the weight, or did they go for the weight saving advantage of not having a full tank of fuel and just enough fuel to get them through what should have been 12 laps? Ramchanda and LaRue. Gaber's gone. Bedou's second. Ramchanda and LaRue 3 and 4. There's Gaber parked on the sideline. That is at the entrance of turn 3, just near the kart track at the bottom end of the circuit. So some problems there for Yanni Gaber, and it's terminal ones there in that KTM powered machine of his. I got told it's a Formula Ford Kent that they put some wings and slicks on, and then added a KTM motorcycle engine to it. Unfortunately, that has not worked out for him here in this third start of the second heat. Further back, the Senna S car there, having a fantastic run, as well as Grant Will. Marlboro McLaren colours, and of course the Senna helmet that he runs. We saw Didier Diedrichs in the first heat and a little bit here in the second heat until he crashed, running those Formula 1 Jaguar colours Eddie Irvine used to run. LT very much large and in charge out front. Pulling away now, almost 6 seconds up the road, I would say, over Clint Bedou. Make that 5. Not quite on the timing monitor's timing there, just going with my thoughts in my head. On the gap I could see. Ramchanda still in third place ahead of LaRue. Small margin down to Kennedy Torres and Damien Archer. This is Brian Nguni. Nguni fighting there with Ludovicus Gaber. He had some problems in the first heat. Looks like they got that car sorted out of his. And Hayden Archer starting to put the pressure onto the two of them as well. Grant Will just behind that in the Senna car. So Clint Bedou is in second. He's behind Alan Mayer, who's the lead car heading down the hill towards turn 8. That's Alan Mayer who leads out. Bedou in second. Nice run here from Clint Bedou as well. He's keeping the gap between himself and Lucian Ramchanda and LaRue. Archer and Will still fighting for honours here for top 10. Ludovic Scaba just behind, or just ahead of them, I should say. Retirement at the top of the hill there. Is that Mguni? It might be. I think that might be Brian Mguni. Yeah, he's retired at the back of the field there, so problems there for the man who was fighting for 7th at one stage. And continues on his way, leading things out now. Second place, Clint Bordeaux. Don't think Bordeaux's got an answer there to Alan Mayer's pace in that Formula Volkswagen, but he's certainly got enough of an advantage over Ramchanda and LaRue to maintain second for now. In fact, Lucian Ramchanda's pulled away pretty rapidly and a long way up the road now from his teammate LaRue. So it's Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer there, retired. Of course, ex-South African Air Force man, leading the pack in that Liqui Moly Formula Volkswagen. Bordeaux in second, Ramchanda and LaRue 3 and 4. It's almost a lockout of that podium for Team Liqui Moly. I'm sure Malish will be happy with that if that's how it finishes up, but there is a bit of pressure now coming just in the background there from Damien Archer. Onto the back end now of Jean-Andre LaRue. Archer looks on the inside up towards turn 5. LaRue sees him coming, shuts the door. Inside into turn 8, didn't quite get there either. Certainly applying a lot more pressure now onto the back end of Jean-Andre LaRue with 2 to go. Kennedy Torres there for rack air conditioners. Looks like that might be the 36 car of Ludovica Schadba, parked on the exit of turn 3. Archer's through. Got ahead now of the 27 car there of Jean-Andre LaRue. So the Formula GTR has moved up one place. Ahead now of that Super V. Alan Mayer coming to start the final lap. 10 down, 1 to go. Plain sailing from him since the demise of Didier Diedrichs and Yannick Gerber. But still had to avoid all the traffic, avoid all the incidents, try and stay out front. Goes through there on early B. Coming up onto the back end now. For Nikkirk, I think it might be. to go for LT. It's turn 7, the left-hander down the hill, past the Zoc Club. And now finally into turn 8 for the last time. And for the second victory for Formula Monoposto, it's Alan Meyer in the Formula Volkswagen for Liqui Moly Racing. Comes through for the victory, easily done in the end ahead of Clint Bordeaux. Bordeaux will hang on for second place, beating out Lucian Ramchanda. Damien Archer managed to squeeze out and get ahead of Jean-Andre Leroux. And they're going to finish up in 4 and 5 respectively. Coming to the line now to wrap up Formula Monoposto's race day action here from Zwartkops International World of Motoring. So from Formula Monoposto we go to another single-seater category. It's INEX Legends, race number 2. They'll be up next. As you can see, they're waiting down in the pre-race area, eager to get on track again for their second heat of 3 today. here we go again for the second time now in INEX Legends. Race 2 lining up. Slightly different grid. Do slightly different things here in INEX Legends. Do a reverse grid, they do a lucky draw, and they do some fast lap times as well to sort out where they're going to end up on the restarts of this one. As you can see, it's Sebastian Lanzetti and Devin Robertson who will make up the front row. Second row, it's Jooste, and looks like it's going to be the AF Fans car there of Tyler Robinson. Jagger Robertson came second in race number 1. He's going to be alongside Tyler, or just behind her, I think, as they come to take up the positions now. In fact, it's not Devin. It's the 8 car. And that, I think, is that's Jooste in the 88 car. So how far back is Devin Robertson? There he is there. He's on the 4th row of the grid. So it's a bit of a reshuffle of the first grid for INEX Legends. But Lanzetti's got pole. And he'll certainly looking to be pushing as hard as he can to get away from the 2 Robertsons as quickly as possible. Maybe even the Robinson of Tyler in the AF Fans car. She's got a slight advantage at this stage. As they get ready to go now, lights are on. As they go off, we go racing. And heading down towards turn 1. Everybody's starting to shuffle, even in that mid-pack. But it is Lanzetti who gets the whole shot and heads towards turn 1 in the lead. And now out of turn 1 to turn 2. Is that Devin? Yes, Devin's up to second. And inside of Jagger Robertson. Squeezing through. No, Devin up to 4th. Just behind Tyler Robinson as they go through into turn 3 and onto the back straight. Heading onto that back straight. Pressure on the inside. And Tyler sneaks through. Getting up the inside of the 8 car. I've lost timing completely here, so I don't even know where they are in terms of their grids and where they are in terms of where they started on their grid. The timing monitor here on Speed Hive has gone down on me, but I'll hang tight and hopefully we can get sorted out as quickly as possible. But it's Jagger Robertson who's moved up into 3rd place, and ahead now of Tyler Robinson in the AF Fans car. Sebastian Lanzetti, Devin Robertson, Jagger Robertson, Tyler Robinson, and then it is Jaden Goosen, Johan van der Vente, Christian Pariachi, Cyril Jacobs Jr. comes through there just ahead of Niels Jooste, and then it's Johan Jooste ahead of Berlin Robertson and Darby Dietliefs. Thanks for that, Paulie. I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong on my timing monitor here, but it just tells me that there's something wrong and I need to retry, and I'm retrying and nothing's happening. So if we can maybe just keep that up on the side, it'll be quite cool, just so we got some kind of indication as to who's who as they head up towards the top of the hill again. Devin trying to close down now on the back end of Lanzetti as they head to turn 5. Lanzetti trying to open up a little bit of a margin so he can hopefully control things from that point at the front of the race. Not easy to do. 22 and 8 fighting hard there, Pariachi. 8 car, of course, was Van der Vente. Didn't recognize the car because he's changed colours from AutoZone to that tap colours that are on the side of the car now. He was the car that was actually on the front row with Lanzetti. He's dropped down into 6th place now as they cross the line and complete another lap. Berlin Robinson trying to close down onto the back end there of Niels Jooste and Johan Jooste. She's got through on Niels. She's now got her sights set on the 88 car of Johan. So a bit of a family affair in this one. We've got the 2 Robertsons, we've got the 2 Robinsons, and the 2 Joostes as well. It's always been that way in INEX Legends. There's been a lot of family members racing against each other, including the top 2 in this class. They look like they're about to get back into that top 2 position as Devin leads it out right now. So Dev just dives on the inside and finds a way through to squeeze up into the lead of the race and outgun Lanzetti. Sliding out of turn 6 into turn 7. Closing things down comes Jagger. Jagger just behind that, pushing hard Possibly wants to do the same kind of thing there and the same kind of damage to Lanzetti, who comes straight back at Devon into turn number 8. Out of Volkswagen they come, and there's a change up there on the leaderboard for the first time. Devon Robertson at the top. Lanzetti is second. Jagger Robertson is third. Top 3 getting away now from Tyler Robinson in 4th. She's watching her rearview mirrors, keeping an eye out on Jaden Quisson to see if he's going to try and close her down. INEX Legends, of course, second race is an 8-lapper. The last race is a 10-lapper. So there'll be a little bit more laps to play with in the last one of the day. Devon Robertson continues to lead out of Lanzetti. Lanzetti over Jagger. Jagger Robertson at this stage pushing hard to try and find a way through, but hasn't quite been able to do that yet on Sebastian Lanzetti. Jagger, not having come through the full karting ranks like Devon did. Started his career playing around in some saloon car classes in the club championship level. Eventually made his way up into BMW Racing Series, the M Performance Parts Racing Series. He's also participated in Concare Polo Cup Championship. He was the rookie last year. And the rookie of the year, of course, going to Jagger last year, so knows what to do in a race car. And as I mentioned earlier on, he'll be leaving our shores pretty shortly for the shores of the United States of America to represent us at the World Finals and the final national round of INEX Legends in the US of A. So he certainly knows what to do in an INEX Legends. That's why he's got the #1 plate on his car. And if you take into account that he had to win that over a former world champion, his cousin Devon. Person starting to close onto the back end of the AF Fans car of Tyler Robinson. It's the fight currently for 4th place on track. That Toyota sponsored car definitely had the advantage in race number 1 and got through on Tyler just in the closing stages. Can she hang on for now? Thanks, Paulie. Devon doing a 1:11.3 on that last pass. Fastest lap of the race from the Den Braven car of Devon Robertson. Jagger pushing hard as well. 11.3s from him, 11.4s from Lanzetti. Further back, so some fights to be sorted out. One of them is the 7.7 versus Darby Dietlefs. He comes onto the back end there of Niels Schuster. So it looks like Johan has also been overtaken by Berlin Robinson, who's got away now from Johan and Niels Schuster. Is there enough time for Berlin to maybe catch and pass Johan van der Venter? Remember, you've got Devon Robertson, Sebastian Lanzetti and Tyler Robinson in the pro class. Jagger Robinson, I beg your pardon. Tyler Robinson is in the semi-pro class. Jaden Quisson is in the Young Lions category and putting pressure onto the semi-pro. And then you've got Christian Pariachi and Cyril Jacobs Jr. who will be running in this Young Lions category. At this stage, it's Johan van der Venter who leads out in the Masters. So those are the categories that they run as separate classes in amongst the INEX Legends here and all around the country where these guys race. Problems for one of the AF fan cars is that the 27 car or the 18 car that's gone off track. If it's Tyler, that's going to be huge. She had massive pressure coming from Jaden Quisson. And I'm wondering if it's Tyler or Berlin Robinson who's had to pull to the sideline. Looking at that, it looks like it's... I can't see the number on the car, unfortunately. But it looks like it might be Berlin. It might be Berlin Robinson. Just going to watch in the background and see if we can pick up on the other two cars. Just there fighting for 4th and 5th. They crossed the line Let's see if we get it now on the next shot. No, it is. It's Tyler. Tyler Robinson is parked on the sideline at turn number 2's entrance. Tyler Robinson has gone missing from that battle between herself and Jaden Hurston. So something's gone wrong on that car. Inside line from Jagger, though. Forcing a little maneuver onto the inside of Sebastian Lanzetti. Trying to squeeze Lanzetti out onto that back straightaway. Can't quite get it done, though. Maybe you can use the bump draft up the hill here. Remember, they are allowed to lock into that bump draft up the hill with the slipstream effect of these cars. Lanzetti goes defensive, holds that middle of the track, and will not let Devon's cousin through. Devon got through. Jagger now looking to do the same. Jagger inside line out of turn 7. Might just force Lanzetti wide. They are side by side down to turn 8. Latest of the late breakers there was Jagger, and he just gets through in a second and makes the corner on time. So on that last lap, just got ahead and squeezed out Lanzetti for that second place. Hurston is going to come through for 4th and the win in the Young Lions. And a good effort here from the 22 car, Christian Pariachi and Cyril Jacobs Jr. They will finish up respectively in 5th and 6th place. Johan van der Venter will come through for the win in the Masters. So that's how we wrap things up here for Heat 2 of INEX Legends. Nice way to finish up the second heat there, right in the closing stages with less than half a lap to go. Jagger Robertson dives up the inside of Lanzetti and gets up into 2nd place. From INEX Legends, we head into the Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-66 Little Giants under 2 litres and Legends of the V8s. They'll be up next, and we'll be back shortly.
My name is Henny Groenewald, and this weekend I'm here to race at Zwartkops, track that I love, and I'm going to be in the Mercury Comet, car that I'm pretty familiar with, and we'll be racing the Legends race, so looking forward to that.
Have you raced much in the past?
I've done a few outings, but yeah, we've been around for some time, spent many laps around Zwartkops and all the other tracks in the country, so yeah, always having fun behind the wheel of a race car.
Hi, I'm Paige Lindenberg and I'm racing this 1968 Ford Fairlane. Currently we're leading the championship and tomorrow is the last race, so we're really hoping that we're going to take the win this year.
So there you heard it directly from the man who could possibly take the second victory here today, Henny Groenewald in the Ford Mercury Comet. Or is there going to be a new champion in this category? Paige Lindenberg leading the championship in that Lindenberg Racing Ford Fairlane of hers. So that's what it's all up to do here in the final heat of 2023's Marlboro Crane Hire Little Giants under 2 litres and Legends of the 9-hour V8 production cars. Siefri Jr. in the Barracuda alongside Mark du Toit. Behind them will be Lindenberg, Sophos Pantassis, John T. Needham, Schwabski, Miller, Carl Brinkle will be side by side with the second of the escorts, being Dirk Venter. This is how we're going to be lining them up here. Morgenrood and Henny G side by side. Siefri Jr. and Mark du Toit. Doesn't look like the Chevy Nova's been able to get back out on track for race 2, and that means Jonathan du Toit won't be involved unless he's possibly right at the back in the number 12 Chevy Camaro. That could be a possibility. They may have given him the spare car just to go and get as many championship points as he can. Try and stay in at least the top 3 in the championship overall. 2 warm-up laps just to get some heat into the rubber. As I said earlier, not too difficult to do that with the current ambient temperatures around the track. Still around the 28 degrees Celsius mark here at Zwartkops. There is a bit of a breeze blowing, but it's not cooling things down. It's kind of a berg wind that's here, keeping things pretty warm actually. Particularly here in the commentary booth. Venter, Brink, Grieg, Tender Charte, and Andre de Kock at the back as well. He was here earlier on, came to join me alongside, and kind of said to me just all he wanted to do was get to the end of today's racing, park that car, give it a bit of a wash, put the cover back over it, and get it ready to go for the Passion for Speed Festival on the 26th and 27th of January 2024. It's a massive race day that you need to have in your diaries for 2024. It kicks off the motorsport calendar here in South Africa. It's one of the biggest motorsport events on the calendar, and it's going to be a huge one next year as we get ready to go now. Lights out, and Henny Groenewald leads them down towards turn 1. Bottom light stayed on. I'm not quite sure what the issue there was. The top lights went out, which is the one they'll be looking for. Let's see if we can keep it all together now in the last couple of laps of this championship for 2023. Miller around the outside, putting himself in between the 2 Ford Escorts again. Brink trying to do the same thing there in the Mini. Behind that, de Kock and Tender Charte. And out front, Henny Groenewald trying to get a little bit of a margin away now from Ben Morgenrood, du Toit and Siefri Jr. Then it's Lindenberg, Pantassis, John T. Needham, Stuart Gregg trying to find the inside line on Carl Brink and on Fenter. Two minis fighting behind the second of the Mark 1 escorts. The close of this first lap. It's pretty much plain sailing at the front end there. First 4 cars not really in the mix just yet, but certainly looking for a chance to go at it. One car that is notably missing though is Groenewald. Henry Groenewald into pit lane. Ford Mercury Comet, unfortunately, is not going to get the second victory of the day, and it's going to park it down in pit lane. Back into Carl Pinar's pit. And out of race number 2, leaving Ben Morgenrood right out in charge and in front. Back of the pack, it's Andre de Kock and Tender Sharte. Bit of smoke coming out of the Barracuda. And that's smoke from the front left wheel, so I wonder if that's a bit of an issue there with a brake there for Siafari Jr. I mentioned it in the first heat that these cars tend to heat up the brakes rapidly. They run out of braking ability pretty quick. And you can see Siafari is battling. Something's gone wrong in the Barracuda as well. So I wonder if he's going to try and nurse that round, or is he going to pull into pit lane there? Bring that Barracuda back into pit lane and allow Paige Lindenberg to move up into 3rd overall. Yeah, definitely some big issues there for Siafari. Massive smoke coming out of that car, and he's going to pull into pit lane. That's Lindenberg up into 3rd overall. Paige Lindenberg looking for the championship. Possibly even looking for the overall win in her championship winning run here. Sofas Pantassis behind her. And it's John T. Needham, her teammate, in the Ford Cortina. He'll be moving himself up into the top 5 now. Ahead of Jonathan DeToy, as I said, in that Chevy Camaro, the number 12 red Camaro with the white stripes. Nice when you've got a spare car in the garage that you can go and jump into. And also it could be classified in this class. After starting the day in the Chevy Nova, it didn't work out for him in the first heat. So he's now looking to try and get as high as he can in the second heat. Dives on the inside of John T. Needham. John now in the Chevy Camaro. Moves himself one place up and ahead of John T. Needham. That's up into the top 5. Schwabski and Miller are going at it just behind that Camaro. And Brink going to bring Fenter along for the ride. It's a top 10 battle there. The latter part of the top 10, those last 4 cars. Stuart Gregg just not able to bridge the gap there onto that Fenter Ford Escort. Out of Lindenberg Racing. So ahead of Pantassis now as well. DeToy into 4th. Pantassis down to 5. Miller applying huge amounts of pressure onto the back end there of Dion Schwabski. Let's see what he can do about that Ford Escort. Couldn't get through on it in the first heat. Brink is through on Fenter. Pagey down the back straight, watching the rearview mirrors, can see Jono coming. She won't be too worried about Jonathan DeToy in that Chevy Camaro. If he does get to her, he'll probably let her through. Or she'll probably let him through, I should say. Lindenberg looking to just finish this one up. She wins her class, she wins the championship. And that is the plan down at Lindenberg Racing. Ben Morgenrood and Mark DeToy, 1.6 seconds apart between them as they've come to complete the 4th lap. So it's 4 down and 6 to go for these cars. Miller on the inside into turn 1 and just gets through, carrying great corner speed there in the Alpha. So we got Alpha Ford Mark 1, Mini Cooper Ford Mark 1. These 2 escorts now sandwiching the little Mini of Carl Brink. Toy through into third now overall. Pagey down to fourth. She won't be worried about Jono. He scores in separate class to her. Here is Mark du Toit. Haven't seen much of him. Second on the road at the moment behind Ben Morgenrood. Ben just controlling things with consistent 1 minute 12s around the track. On each pass, keeping out the 1:13s of Mark du Toit. So du Toit in second place at this stage. But no worries, and not really much competition for him to be concerned about, unless his brother can bridge that gap. It's 18 seconds down to Jono, so it's a long way to go. And there's only 5 laps left of this race, so possibilities could still be there. Toy Jonathan is 13.8s. Toy Mark 13.7s. So Jono will have to up the wick ever so slightly if he wants to get to Mark du Toit in second by the end of these next 5 laps. De Kock now overtaken by Ben Morgenrood. Mark du Toit about to come and do the same thing to him. It out there. A bit of a margin now that he's got to the front of that little fight that he was in. It looks like the Mini and the 2 Ford Escorts are going at it now. Carl Brink would love to get ahead there of Schwabski, but he's not going to make it easy for him. Lindenberg down on the brakes into turn 8, followed by Pentassis and John T. Needham. Miller now with some breathing room. Run here from Brink in the second heat. Much better than the first. He might just want to go one position higher up there. Get up into that top 8 in the Mini. So here they come to the back straight away again. Led out by Pentassis, a long way ahead of that second battle. Pagey doing a superb job to wrap up this championship. He's had a fantastic season. He's had a very good run at the hill climb. So it's been a good 2023 season for Paige Lindenberg. Good run here from Ben Morgenrood in that repaired Mustang. What a good job there from the Ranford. Oh, is that Jono? Yes, it is. Jonathan du Toit pulling back into pit lane. So Paige Lindenberg back up the third. Jonathan du Toit has to retire the Chevy Camaro as well into pit lane. Morgenrood Foster's on track 12, 4.45. Mark du Toit 13.7. Lindenberg currently doing 16.6s, so she's not worried about lap times. She just wants to finish the race and get the championship in the bag. So Ben Morgenrood coming down to start his 8th lap. And 2 more to go after this one. And he does that as Paige Lindenberg peels into turn 5. That's the gap between first and third on the road. John already heading towards turn 2 as Paige comes out of turn 7. De Kock about to be overtaken once again there by Sofus Pentassis in that 240Z Datsun. Ben Morgenrood now with a massive margin. Understandably, the man to beat in this race would have been Henny Groenewald. However, his car gave up real early, which has given Ben Morgenrood a chance for a victory and maybe a bit of retribution here after the damage that was done to that Mustang at the last race meeting here. He worked hard down at Ranfontein Ford and Mazda dealership, and they got that Mustang sorted out. Tassa's currently in the 16.6s as well, so on a similar lap time to Paige Lindenberg. But should be enough in hand there for Paige to hang on. He's coming up on Tender Sharte, who's now moved up to 10th overall in the first of the GSM darts out of Trans-Africa Racing. Morgenrood's on the last lap. Paige Lindenberg is about to start her championship winning lap. And the last lap today of the Marlboro Crane Hire. Legends of the 9 hour. Little Giants, under 2 litres and production cars. Morgenrood is on his way to the checkered flag, coming out of 5 into 6. 3 corners to go. Double right at Kenwood. Left hand flick down the hill. And finally into Volkswagen Driving Academy's corner. It's Ben Morgenrood for the second victory here. And what has been a fantastic day's racing so far. The theatre and arena of motorsport here at Zwartkops. Another second place there for Mark du Toit. And the champion about to come to the line for Lindenberg Racing in the Ford Fairlane. A championship headed towards the Lindenberg Racing stable yet again, this time in the hands of Peter Lindenberg's daughter Paige. Fantastic effort there from her, and she comes to the line to win the checkered flag and win out the Heat 2, and most importantly the 2023 championship. She'll be stoked about that. Sophus Pantassis behind her in 4th. Mark Miller snuck through there on John T. Needham. It's gone up to 5. Needham in 6th place as he crosses the line. And then it's Schwabski, Brink, Fenter and Tender Sharte making up the top 10 overall. So that's how we wrap things up here for the final heat there. Morgenrood, du Toit, Paige Lindenberg, Pantassis and Miller. And then it was Needham, Schwabski, Fenter, Brink and Tender Sharte, your top 10. De Kock and Jonathan du Toit, 6 laps out of the 10, will be classified in 12th place. From Marlboro Crane Hire pre-66s, we go into the HRSA Pursuit Challenge once again. And that is also sponsored by Ben Morgenrood Auto. And our pursuit cars will be on track shortly. So cars will make their way back into the grid now and into the pit lane for the start of a reversed grid of fastest cars at the back, slowest cars starting from the front end. Rob Van Aal will lead things out, and he'll look to start the second heat of the Ben Morgenrood Auto Historic Pursuit Challenge. Looks like it's going to be Gous and Roo at the back in terms of the fastest cars, the two Siroccos. Second race in this category is usually the closer affair because most of the guys will have realized that their breakout times might not be exactly what they've set up for the Historic Pursuit Series Challenge in the first race. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether they get it right this time or not, and how much closer the racing will be for the faster cars to try and close in on these earlier cars leaving the pit lane first. Remember, it's a Historic Pursuit Series. So basically it's a handicapped race format which sees the slowest cars start and the fastest cars leave late, all based on their qualifying lap times and their allotted breakout times that they've gone for. If you break out of those times that you've decided for yourself, you are disqualified from the heat completely, and you may not carry a lap timer or any form of timer in the car at all. So it's up to the look and feel of the driver and knowing what the car's ability is to do those allocated lap times. As I said, if they've got the calculations right and the maths has all been done correctly, the theory is that all the cars should cross the line at the same time by the end of the 8 laps about to start. And I was going to have almost a lap advantage over the two Siroccos. Possibly a full lap advantage as he's going to come through turn 1 shortly. He completes the first lap as the second last car leaves pit lane. The last car is about to leave pit lane, and Van Aal has got through just before that last car has been able to actually exit the pit lane on its start. It's Hedley Whitehead in the Mini in second, Finikirk in the Marauder in third, followed by Althea Pretorius in the Nissan Exa. Jose Vasquez is out there in the Mercedes-Benz. That's the black one. And that's Tian van Rooyen we see go through turn 1 on the back end of one of the GTVs. Gareth Ferreira, if I'm not mistaken, is at the wheel of that GTV. Stan Stacey not too far behind in the second of those Alfa Romeo GTVs. And then it's Paul Manengold in the Alfa Romeo Giulia, pushing hard to try and make up the ground. Van Hartzenberg will be out in the Porsche, of course, as always. Let's see what that Porsche can do now in the second heat. Usually a front end runner by the time they get to the end of the second race, because as I said, the calculations are usually a lot closer, and a bit more maths goes into the thinking into the second and final heat of a Historic Pursuit Challenge race. Finikirk is through on Hedley, so Hedley Whitehead drops down to third into the clutches there of Althea Pretorius. As you can see, even the start amongst the slower cars is a lot tighter than what it has been in race number 1. Jose Vasquez is about to catch those three, Whitehead, Pretorius and Finikirk, under pressure there from the Mercedes-Benz. Scratch car goes through turn 4 up to the top of the hill. keep an eye on the progress there of that gold Sirocco. Basically just unlapped itself at this stage, and will now be looking to try and make up the ground in the next 6 laps and get back to the front where it's just gone through. Not easy to do, that's for sure. There's Hudsenberg in the 916 Porsche. I was chatting to him earlier in the day, he's just saying how good those Porsches are. He literally just leaves them parked, ready to go for the next race, starts it up, checks the oil, checks the water, puts some pressure into the race tires, and goes racing. He's saying in this type of racing, in this format of racing, it's always a nice thing to have a pretty stock standard car as opposed to a modified one, because there's a lot less that can go wrong. It's not a bad theory when you think about it, particularly in this format of racing. Too many modifications, too many things that you can tinker with could possibly lead to problems in the car. And then, of course, that puts you into issues that might not let you finish. Bernal continues to lead after 3 laps now. He's got Van Niekerk closing him down, but it's still 11 seconds between Rob Bernal and Willem Van Niekerk in the Marauder. It's a second back to Althea Pretorius, 2 seconds to Jose Vasquez in the Mercedes-Benz. But there is the leader up towards turn 5. Problems for one of the GTVs. It looks like it might be Gareth Ferreira who's gone off. No, it's the 6 car. It's Stan Stacey. It's Stan Stacey in the Glenwood and Pretoria brick replica machine. So Van Aal going to the halfway stage. Hedley Whitehead in 5th place comes out of turn 5 and 6. Then it's the Gareth Ferreira GTV. Stan Stacey's gone missing, so Tiaan van Rooyen automatically gets bumped up to 8th ahead of Paul Manigault and Werner Hudsenberg. They'll all move into single digits. Althea Pretorius trying to close down now on Ben van der Westhuizen. I beg your pardon, on Willem van Niekerk in the Marauder. Tiaan van Rooyen also going to be parking into the sideline. So the 924 of Tiaan van Rooyen out of race number 2. Van Aal heading up to the top of the hill. Van Niekerk onto the back straight away. Althea Pretorius just behind him. Here comes Ferreira on the outside of Hedley Whitehead. So second car on track now has been passed by 3 cars. Gareth Ferreira just going through there. Manigault will be the next car to try and catch that mini of Hedley Whitehead. Second place battle coming across the line now, led out by Willem van Niekerk with 3 to go. Gary Stacey now joins the party in the XR8 with Rue and Close behind him. John Bronner is going to be caught by them. They've gone through there on the 124 of Paul Manigault. So these 3 trying to work together to get through the pack. There's Bronner. He's just ahead, just behind, I should say, Andrew Hutting. Change up between the 2 Siroccos. Close goes on the inside of Rude. And onto the back of that XR8 Interceptor now. The Ford Sierra about to be overtaken by the Sirocco. Onto that back straight away. Some back markers to worry about as they get onto the back straight as well, so it'll be a concern there of the Sirocco driver. Not made that pass. One of the most important things in handicap racing is if you've got a pass, you need to make it. You can't afford to have 2 or 3 attempts at passing, because otherwise you lose ground and lose the ability to make up the ground that was already a deficit we were given at the start of the race. Stacey's making it very, very difficult here for the Sirocco's to get past him. Headley Whitehead about to be overtaken by the XR8 and by one of the Sirocco's, possibly both of them, as Ghost goes through. Ghost now pulls out, looking for inside line into turn 1. Bronner just up the road. Hotzenberg into turn 2. He's got his sights set on the 190 Mercedes-Benz. There is Van Aal, and we've got a lap and a half to go. The Marauder closing down. Althea Pretorius coming along with him. So Van Aal, Van Niekerk, Pretorius all within the space of the back straight up the hill towards turn 5. Jose Vasquez also in that prime spot. As I said, the calculations are a little bit better, a lot closer, usually in race number 2. And it's Van Aal about to be caught now by Van Niekerk, Pretorius and Vasquez. How far back is the next car? Ferreira coming just into picture and out of turn 5. So they'll come down to start the last lap. This is how close they should be on that last lap start. A lot easier for these guys to make up the ground now with a lap to go. 27.5s out of Van Aal, 24.7s out of Van Niekerk, 24.2s out of Althea Pretorius. So it's certainly a lot quicker from the Exa, and she dives on the inside now of Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk runs wide in the Marauder, out of shape, sliding, oh, right in the middle of the track. Great evasive maneuver there from the 190, and a little tap from the Sirocco on the back of the GTV. The car stuck in the middle of the circuit, and there is just chaos out of turn 1. Cars going left, right, centre. Rion Roux catches it, almost goes onto the outside wall. John Bronner just misses him. So there's just absolute mayhem out of turn 1. 5 or 6 cars getting involved there out of turn 1 with the slipping and sliding. Gunston, Marauder, there, Willem van Niekerk. Hopefully he's out of harm's way now. But Rob Van Aal about to be caught now by the Exa for the lead of the race. Althea Pretorius goes up the inside and takes the lead. With 4 corners to go, Van Aal comes back at her under braking. Rob Van Aal forcing Althea wide. Little touch between the two of them as they come out of turn 5. Althea holds on to the outside line. Pretorius versus Van Aal. Here comes the Mercedes-Benz. He's going to get involved as well. Here they come. Hutting looking for a chance to dive on the inside for the win. Andre Hutting dives on the inside of Althea Pretorius into the final corner. Checkered flag on standby. It's going to be Hutting. He gets the victory. If he hasn't broken out, that'll be a very good victory. But look at that, still stuck in the middle of the circuit is the Marauder of Willem van Niekerk. He can't get it fired up. We already saw most of the cars trying to take evasive action to miss that stricken car in the middle of the track on the exit of turn 1. There's a lot of debris all out of turn 1, along up towards turn 2 as well. Huge amounts of broken cars, bit of carbon fiber and some liquid and possibly some oil too. A bit of a clean-up job now for our marshals between this heat and the next one. So we wrap things up there with a bit of hectic, chaotic action out of turn 1. Certainly not what we expected in the closing stages. Hutting has taken the victory unofficially right now over Althea Pretorius and Rob Van Aal. It'll then be Vanna Hartzenberg and Gary Stacey beating out Garrett Murray, John Bronner and Headley Whitehead. William van Niekerk will not be finishing in this one. And Jose Vasquez might get into the top 9 after he had to take evasive action. Here's what happened. Althea Pretorius goes on the inside line. Van Niekerk tries to take evasive action and he runs a bit wide. He just puts a wheel on the dirt, which puts him into a slide in the background. That slide catches Vasquez's back end. Then you see the 190. How Hutting missed him, only he knows. Just missed out on the spinning machine as they came out of turn number 1. You can see Hutzenberg went wide. There was braking from Ferreira, which then caught out Ghost. He slammed into the back of the Alpha GTV. Stacey went high and wide. So did the other GTV out there as well. I think that was Garrett Murray, yeah. And then Rion Roux went left, right, onto the kiddie litter, then off the kiddie litter, and then onto the outside of turn 2, allowing John Bronner to come back on and beat him to the line. So that's how it all ended up at the end of race 2 here of the Ben Morgenrood Auto Historic Pursuit Challenge. Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-74 ISPs, Trans-Ams and the Pre-66 and 68 Le Mans Sports and GTs will be up shortly as soon as we got a clean track. Third last race of the day, and we're into our big gunners again. International Sports Prototypes, Pre-66 Sports and GTs, and a couple of Trans Am cars thrown into the mix there as well. We're getting ready to go now. Under starters orders as that pace car slides into pit lane. Larry Wolford will now dictate the pace in the Lola T70 with Mark Dutoy alongside him in that T70 Spider. Jonathan had a little bit of issues in the first one, dropped out of the hunt for the front, beg your pardon. And he's got, of course, class honours to fight for with his brother and with Larry Wolford. We're going to be watching for 917 and James Temple in the Daytona Coupe to give him a run for his money. It's double wave yellows down into turn number 1 and 2, so everybody stays the same until they come out of turn 2. Green flags out of turn 2 see them then open up into what is going to be the full race pace here of this final heat. 2 more races after this. We've got single seaters still come, and after that our final race of the INEX Legends. But this is the big gunners to finish up the day's racing here for International Sports Prototypes, Trans Ams and the Sports and GT category. Wolford still with a bit of smoke coming out of that Lola T70. He had it almost all race long in the first heat. Dutoy already applying a little bit of pressure there onto Wolford as they come under braking for turn 5. Inside line from the T70 Spider. Just can't quite squeeze up the inside to get through there on the T70 itself. There's 2 Lolas fighting ahead of the Chevron. The Chevron coming along for the ride. And it's Jonathan Dutoy who might just spoil the day here for both of these Lolas out front. Cross the line, top 3. Very evenly matched as they cross that line. And it's the 917 Porsche of Bailey who sits in 4th place ahead of James Temple. A little bit of a mistake there from Larry Wolford into turn 1, allows both of the Dutoys through. So it's Mark Dutoy who leads out now, and he's got his brother Jono on his tail. Larry Wolford dropping down to 3rd place, and it's Bailey. Then we got Temple followed there by Alan Mayer and by Warren Lombard. Lombard, of course, is the first of those cars. Lombard at this stage fighting in the AC Cobra. Slightly different machinery to what he's used to, but of course he has got his own AC Cobra that he piloted in the South African TT at the Passion for Speed Festival and won. So he knows what to do. Wolford's got a problem. Wolford slowing up dramatically out of turn number 5 there. And Tender Shate nearly went into him actually, that's how close it was. Seems to be battling a little bit with gears there as Larry Wolford. Once he gets that car going though, it goes like a rocket ship, and it's not really matched by any other car on track in this category, but he looks like he might be stuck either with 3rd and 4th gear only. It's the initial pull out of the corners that he's battling with. The torque of the car helps him as he gets out. Here you can see his example. The torque gets him out, but watch as he comes out there. He doesn't have a low gear, so the option of that low gear doesn't allow him to accelerate as quickly as maybe what the Porsche can do out of turn 2. Mark Dutoy is getting away from his brother Jono now on the back straight. There you can see once again as he goes for that low gear, the Porsche dives on the inside, and Wolford demoted once again down 1 position, down into 4th. Trying to find a gear of some nature as he heads up the hill. Once it engages, the car goes, but it takes too long to engage the gear. So some kind of gearbox issue there on that Lola T70. It's going to allow James Temple to possibly close in on him, as well as Warren Lombard. It's Lombard there in the white AC Cobra Coupe. The red stripes there out of Trans Africa Racing. He's ahead of Alan Mayer in the 2nd of the Chevron B8s. So the 917 peels into turn 1. Behind him, it's James Temple closing down rapidly on the back end of Larry Wolford. Wolford in the Fuchs Lubricants and Aurora Lola T70 has not had it go his way here in race 2. He came from a long way back to win the race in race 1, and this time it's gone a little bit haywire. Jonathan du Toit's fastest on track on that last pass, 105.2. 2 tenths quicker than his brother Mark in the Lola T70 Spider. So the du Toit boys will be fighting for honours here. The final heat. Our pre-74, pre-66 and 68 Trans Ams in the sports and GT category, all combined. Definitely Jono on a charge here. 105.2 was his last pass. 105.4 was the last pass from Mark du Toit. Wolford just circulating, trying to get as many points as he can. Looks like he's going to hang on to that number 1 plate though, if that's the case. How hard is he going to have to push to try and keep that car on track? He's now lost out to Temple and to Lombard. Mark Miller will be the next car in his rearview mirror in the Alfa Romeo Giulia. Coming up on the back end of Ishmael Beloy. John Tender Charte already. Porsche heads to the top of the hill with Peter Bailey behind the wheel. Turns into turn 5 past the AMG Driving Academy. And the Bailey car's 917 Porsche Type is absolutely hauling through here. Doing a great job for a win here in Class B. Class A of the International Sports Prototypes, it's between the du Toit boys. Is it going to be Mark or Jono? Jono was once again quickest on that last pass. And they've just reached the halfway stage. 5 down and 5 to go. Temple starts his last half of the lap. The last half of the race, I should say. Mark du Toit turns the wick up ever so slightly there on that last half a lap, just to get away, give himself a little bit of breathing room on his brother. It looks like Jono's answered the call at the top of the hill. Slightly more nimble Chevron V8 is good through the twisty bits at the top of the hill. Whereas that T70 on the long straight and through turn 4 up to the top of the hill seems to have the legs. Down, 4 to go, and the du Toits are going at it big time. Bailey comfortable in 3rd overall. Coming up on the back end of Ishmael Beloy to lap him. Jono was once again quickest, staying in those 105.2s. Mark staying in the 105.4s constantly as well. 105.7 on the last one from Jonathan du Toit, 105.6 from Mark. So they're pretty evenly matched. Coming up on Larry Wolford. This is something you wouldn't have seen. Nobody would have predicted this. Larry Wolford getting lapped in race 2. And that's exactly what's just happened. And it looks like, is Wolford going to peel in? No, he's not. He is going to stay out. Maybe he did go into pit lane. We'll soon see if he comes out of turn 8. I think he might have gone into pit lane. Wolford's coming in to retire the Lola T70. So Jono is hunting down his brother Mark. Trying to find a way through. Mark du Toit, lighting those back tyres up. Big black lines out of turn 2 there from the Lola T70 Spider to get the power down and get away from his brother Jonathan. This is teammates there. Warren Lombard from Trans Africa Racing, getting around the outside of his teammate Ishmael Beloy. So it's now Mark du Toit. He's got about 2 car lengths ahead of his brother. It's a lot bigger gap between the two of them than there has been over the last couple of laps through this section. Jono in second, still 0.3 off on the last lap as they cross the line. Let's see if it's any closer or any further apart with 2 to go. Stays 0.3. No change in the gap there between Mark and Jono. Although Jono late on the brakes into turn 2, had a look, realizing he's running out of lap times now to get past his brother Mark. So the fight is on here big time. Third overall and International Sports Prototypes Class B winner. Possibly there in the Bailey cars, Porsche 917. Let's see what Jonathan can do at the top of the hill now. Under braking yet again, coming up on some back markers. That might help him out a little bit. Try and find a way through here on Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer. The second of those Chevron B8s will probably stay out of harm's way. You'll see the boys coming. Mark the toy. Inside line from him to get through there. Maybe use the second of those Chevrons to his advantage. No, he wasn't able to do that. Tried to make it as late as possible into turn one that he made the overtake, so that Jono could maybe not follow him through, but Jono was right there with him. Last lap, here they go. The Toy Boys fighting for the overall win here in the International Sports Prototypes Trans Ams, Pre-66 Sports and GTs combined. Ishmael Beloy, well, he gesticulated to Mark. Mark has already decided he was going inside line anyway. He had to get inside of Ish, otherwise probably might have got blocked there slightly. Someone who's run wide. It's the third. Oh, that's a pity. Mark Miller into the wall at the top of the hill there in the Camaro. Ben Morgenrood about to be caught by the Detroit boys as they come down the hill. Morgenrood will hold his line. Detroit's going to hang on to the inside line and look for the victory. He's got it. Mark Detroit climbs on the loud pedal for the last time. Goes side by side. And his brother just misses out. How close do you want it? Mark Detroit, first place. Jonathan Detroit, 0.187 seconds behind him in second. That's pretty tight stuff. 1/10 of a second there between the two Detroits as they cross the line. Mark Miller, unfortunately, as you can see, they're stuck at the top of the hill in the tyre barrier in the Chev Camaro. Here comes third place. Peter Bailey down the hill for the last time. And as he comes through there, he'll get third place overall and the win in ISP's Class B. James Temple will take the Sports and GT category. Warren Lombard will be second. Ben Morgenrood should take the Trans Am category. And that will wrap up our final heat of the Marlboro Crane Hire ISP Pre-74, Pre-66 and 68 Sports and GTs and the Trans Am class. There you have unofficial results. Mark Detroit, Jonathan Detroit, Peter Bailey ahead of James Temple. Warren Lombard beats out Ben Morgenrood. And it's Alan Mayer and Mark Miller with Ishmael Beloy and John Tendershate 2 laps down on the leaders in 9th and 10th place respectively. We got historic single-seaters still to come, and the final heat of INEX Legends will be back shortly with our second last race of the day. Right, we're back under starters orders there as James Temple walks past me looking good. Nice one, Jimmy T. As we get ready to go now for the second and final heat of single-seaters in South Africa. The historic single-seaters celebrating 25-year anniversary for their association. And it's a 31-car grid that are about to go under race conditions again as the lights go out. 10 laps of action coming away as they head towards 1 and 2. And as we've seen in the past, with 31 cars on track, it's going to be a busy day here to finish up the last 10 laps, particularly for Matt Nash if he wants a double victory. Michael Koenig in there with Des Hillary, already starting to put the pressure onto him as they come through there. The 50 car as well coming through there too. Nice start out of that mid-pack. Watch out for the two big specials at the back there, Spider and Hedgehog, the MG specials, but it's Matt Nash who leads out into turn 1. And he continues to lead into turn 4. Pressure coming from Paul Gerber. Right on his tail is Ben van der Westhuizen. Looks like Shannon Winterstein got a slightly better start this time. Ben van der Westhuizen diving on the inside of Gerber as they go into turn 5 and slots up into second place. Looking just in the background, the 151 car of Alan Koenig. One car I didn't see on the grid, which looks like it wasn't able to be fixed in time, was Horn Dog, Andrew Horn, not making it back for the second heat here, unfortunately. It's a big pity for him. He was going so well in that first heat. Parked on the sideline out of turn 4. Doesn't look like they were able to get that car fixed in time. Pat Dunseith, Paul Richardson and Sean Cabrita continue their little fight for what is now 5, 6 and 7th place on track. Back down towards turn 2. Down the gearboxes, turning in wide apexes out of all these single-seaters. All but one, that is. The 76 car of Roy Douglas decides inside line might be the better option. He may have just cost himself a little bit of time there as Veed and Mike Ward were waiting to pounce. A little bit more pressure coming onto the back end of Matt Nash from Ben van der Westhuizen here in the second heat. He goes inside to the top of the hill. Has van der Westhuizen got enough to overtake and get through there on Matt Nash? Matt Nash very late on the brakes up into turn 5. Runs side by side and working the wheel as Ben van der Westhuizen squeezes him out and forces him wide again. So van der Westhuizen hits the front for the first time. So Ben van der Westhuizen now leads heading down towards turn 8. Nash in second, Gerber in third. Three-way fight there for the three of them as they come out of turn 8. Complete lap number 2. On the back straight. 7. Here's the Spider. Rodney Green, look at that, working that wheel through turn 4. He's got the Triumph Special on his tail. And then just behind that, it's that Cobra Formula V. So still some action to happen out there. Michael Koenig in that number 38 Special. He's had a good run so far, but let's see what's going to happen between these top three. Slowly but surely, just keep an eye on the background as Alan Koenig is possibly closing down on these three as they fight it out. It will slow them up ever so slightly if they continue to work and fight as hard as they are right now. But it's Van der Westhuizen, Nash and Gerber all working hard at the front end, and Nash particularly harder than anybody else to try and get back to the lead of this race. He might just hang on for a little bit though. Matt Nash certainly knows what to do in a race car to win races, and sitting in second place with Van der Westhuizen setting the pace for now might be a good idea. Wait for a bit later on in the race to have a go. Or wait for back markers, which are about to come into play. Possibilities that they've gone through there on the Hedgehog, they have. Going through there on the Hedgehog as they went into turn number 1, and it just forced a different line out of Van der Westhuizen as he went into turn 2. Matt Nash going to try and squeeze him out now through the inside line. It's a short squirt on the inside there from Nash. And as they get onto that back straightaway, here they come. Nash inside. 5-1 versus 2-1 as they go into turn 4. The Pioneer Plastics 4 just hangs on for now. Coming up on the Cobra, on the Triumph, and on the second of those MG Specials. Will both of them get through there in time on the brakes? Yes, they will. I think the slower cars saw them coming. No. Oh, and a spin. Double spin there. Matt Nash catches it. What a bit of driving there from Matt Nash. Complete 360-degree spin, but Ben van der Westhuizen has ended up in the kitty litter. So a bit of a change-up as they came up on the slower car there. Rod Green saw them coming, tried to give them some room. We've got a new leader. Paul Gerber, Alan Koenig, and Matt Nash. That is your top 3 as they cross the line. And complete lap number 3 of 10. Make that 4 of 10 completed now as they cross the line. So 6 laps to go, and Matt Nash drops down to 3rd place. How far back did Ben van der Westhuizen end up? He's down in 9th at this stage. So van der Westhuizen certainly coming off worse for wear there. In fact, he's still stuck at the top of the hill on the side of the track. So Ben van der Westhuizen with that touch, trying to get around. He eventually gets going, and it's going to be just in time for the leaders to catch him by the looks of it. So have a look at this as they came up. Van der Westhuizen spins. I think it's on a little bit of oil that's on that outside line. He ends up on the kitty litter. Matt Nash keeps it buried, goes to second gear and comes out of that 360 spin back onto the black stuff, just allowing Gerber and Alan Koenig through. So Matt Nash very fortunate to survive that. The 9 car ran wide. That's the, of course, Triumph Special. That Triumph Sprint Special just avoiding all the spinning cars. And Matt Nash very lucky to survive that. But Ben van der Westhuizen has dropped out of the top 10. So we got Gerber Nash up in a second now ahead of Alan Koenig as they took the last pass across the line and got to the halfway stage. 5 down, 5 to go. There should be enough time there for Nash to catch Gerber. He was slightly quicker than Paul Gerber, so we'll keep an eye on that. Whether or not he's got enough time, or is the traffic going to play to his advantage, or is it going to hinder him? There is your leader, heading towards turn 4, number 70, Paul Gerber. Where is Nash? 151 should be Alan Koenig. I'm looking for Matt Nash in the 51 car. I don't see him on track. There he is, tucked in right behind the number 70 car. That's why we didn't see him. He was so far up that rear gearbox, couldn't see him, but he's in second place looking for first. Heading down the hill, defensive driving from Gerber. Paulie goes inside line, tries to hang on, and does for now. Nash trying to come back at him. He does the cut back out of turn 8. Gets the drive along the straightaway and possibly into the lead into turn 1. He does it perfectly. Matt Nash retakes the lead. Gerber down to second. Dallin Holton starting to close in there for third. He's just in the background in the second of those red cars. He's got through on Alan Koenig. So we got 3 red Formula Fords behind that incredible Lotus 51 of Matt Nash. Once again up on the slower car, lapping the Hedgehog. lapping the Spider, catching the slower cars, sometimes in places that are an advantage, sometimes not so much. So it's Nash from Gerber, Dallin Holton and Koenig. Wide, slightly on the wheel, the dirt there, one of the cars. I think it might have been Dallin Holton. Just putting a wheel on the dirt as he came out of turn 5, trying hard to close down now on the back end of Paul Gerber. Timing monitor should change as they cross the line now. Completing lap number 7 with 3 to go. Nash, Gerber. 11 6s, 11 8s, 11 9s, the top 3. Dallin Holton now pulling away from Koenig. Koenig got Winterstein in his tail, watching in the back straight away now, the slower cars. Watching for those quicker cars to come through. And just in the background, one thing that you don't have to advantage in a single-seater, of course, is headlights to flash the slower cars coming through. You've got to rely on the fact that they're watching for those blue flags that should be waving frantically right now. Nash diving through on a few cars. They're under braking up into turn 5, putting 1 or 2 of them between himself and Gerber. Gerber does the same thing there, with Dallin Holton being slightly hindered. Coming out of turn 5 and 6. Back down the hill they come to complete lap number 8. 2 to go for Matt Nash. Dallin Holton did 11.9 last time. There was 13 6s coming out of Paul Gerber, so he's a lot quicker than Gerber. But that lap was, of course, a lot of traffic. Not so much traffic this lap, so there's a good possibility that Gerber could be caught up by Dallin Holton. Gerber out of 2. Further back, Vianteed having a fantastic little bike there with Roy Douglas. Just ahead of them, Mike Ward. 72 spinning out there is Peter Koenig. So Pete Koenig, unfortunately, getting it all wrong down at turn 2. He eventually gets back on track, though. Loses about 5 or 6 places by the looks of it there. He falls into the clutches of the return of Van der Vestes, and he's trying to make his way up there. Coming up on those back markers again. Another back marker here for Matt Nash to negotiate. We'll go around the outside of 7. Heading down the hill towards turn 8, and he's got 1 car to negotiate. It might just help him out here. There's 2 back markers side by side as he starts his final lap. And that just might block Gerber and give Dallin Holton a little bit more of an easier run to the line there. So Dallin Holton having to not work too hard here in this final lap as he comes into Paul Gerber's grasps and looking for a chance to get around him now. So battles right through the field as we've seen. 25th anniversary edition here of HRSA, the Historic Single Seaters Association, and they've had a fantastic day of it, there's no doubt about it. 31 cars going to battle. Second place up for grabs just behind this shot. And I think Holton might have got through. He has. Dallin Holton up to second place, just in the background. There you can see it now, heading to the top of the hill. Dallin Holton for second. Gerber for third. Once again, they catch one of the MG specials heading into turn 5 and 6. Will that help Gerber out? Could possibly do that. Gerber going to try something down here into the final corner. Matt Nash has survived. He's going to get 2 out of 2 here in the single-seaters. And he wins the overall for the 25th anniversary for HRSA in his Lotus 51. Brilliant stuff there from Matt Nash. Well recovered after that little spin at the top of the hill. So that wraps up our single-seater action for the day. Wow. Didn't expect to see that much action. And as always, they do not fail to deliver out of the single-seaters, particularly in the historic classes. Putting on a fantastic show here for their 25th anniversary. We got one more race to come. It's the INEX Legends. They'll be out shortly. They're already down in the pre-race area. Let's get a quick look at those unofficial results. Dallin Holton putting in the fastest lap of the race there on the last lap at 11.4. But it's Matt Nash who beats him to the line, and Kaba finishes just behind him in third. Koenig ahead of Shannon Winterstein, Cabrita and Richardson. And it was Mike Ward, VNT Dunseith, Roy Douglas, and there's Hillary finishing up the top 12 overall in the Historic Single Seaters Association. Race 2. Up next, INEX Legends, race number 3, our final race of the day. Right, final race of the day now, making its way onto the circuit. It is our INEX Legends race 3. And another little shuffle on the grid for these guys and girls. Hopefully all the girls are back again. Katleko Mr. T has just walked past me here. Mark Dutoy has already cracked the cold one. Lucky bugger. Nice one, Mark Totoy. Don't worry about us, we don't need a cold beer. It's fine. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it, Thanks a lot, buddy. Yeah, no, right in front of you, 12 o'clock high. All right, so it's the Eusters on the front row. Behind them looks like it's Jan van der Venter. So we've got some new guys, and van der Venter, an old stalwart of the series. Sebastian Lanzetti, then it's the two Robertsons alongside each other. Looks like both of the Robinsons are back again as well. So good to see that they managed to get Berlin's car sorted out. All right, we are ready to go now for this final heat of the day's racing and the last heat of racing here from INEX Legends as they come down into turn 8. It's Jooster versus Jooster on the front row. Van der Venter and Lanzetti the second row. Robertson's third row. And it looks like it's going to be Robinson and Goosen side by side for row 5. Here we go. Here they go down towards turn 1 again. And as always, almost 5 abreast into turn 1 with these INEX Legends. That's how small these little cars are. 1100 Yamaha engines are underneath the bonnet of these cars. And down into turn number 2, it's Lanzetti, who looks like he might have gone around that. Oh, a touch halfway through. Pretoria Toyota's Goosen has been tagged and now driving over. What are you doing? That is an incredible bit of driving there. We're stuck with Cyril Jacobs Jr. driving over the bonnet of... Oh, that was incredible. I didn't expect to see that. It just threw me off completely. So Jaden Goosen is stuck now with the 96 car of Cyril Jacobs Jr. parked on his bonnet. His back left tire is on the front bonnet of the Pretoria Toyota. So yeah, there's certainly going to be a need for a safety car, because I'm not quite sure if 1 or 2 marshals will be able to lift that car off the bonnet of the Pretoria Toyota. If you can't see it down at turn 2, get onto the live stream right now, because this is something you can only see in INEX Legends. One car parked on top of the other. I'm not quite sure where Cyril thought he was going to go, but he tried to drive over Jaden Goosen in the Pretoria North car. So didn't quite work out there for either of them. I'm not quite sure if Paulie got that on a slow-mo, but it'll be definitely something pretty interesting to see on that slow-mo. As they came into turn 2, it looks like there might have been a little tag from behind. Jaden got it out of shape. He caught it initially, and then there was just nowhere to go as 2 cars came crashing into each other. It's quite nice to see one car parked on top of the other out of turn 2. I think they may have even stopped the race. No, here they come. So Lanzetti just coming through very, very slowly to get onto the back of the Pretoria North Toyota. And they're going to wave the safety car around the outside of the incident, because I think they may need a couple more hands to lift the one car off the other. There you go. The tag came from behind, and it came from Cyril Jacobs Jr. And he tagged the back end of Jaden Goosen, who spun out. The 2 Joosters went left and right to avoid. And then as soon as Niels Jooster pulled away, Cyril Jacobs Jr. tried to pull away and drove over the front bonnet of Jaden Goosen and then got stuck there. So it didn't quite work out there for these 2 cars. One parked on the front bonnet of the other. That's not how we go racing, unfortunately, in INEX Legends. But sometimes that's how it happens. I think Mark Totoy's even had driven a car on top of another car at one point in his career. Might have been his brother, actually. No, I think it was actually Jono. Yeah, I believe it was Jono. Anyway, we've got 2 cars stuck at turn 2. It's going to take a while to get those 2 sorted out. These laps will count under safety car. Sebastian Lanzetti, Devin Robertson, Jagger Robertson, Johan van der Venter, Tyler Robinson, and then Christian Pariachi. Berlin up to 7th, probably her highest position she's been in, although I think she got up to 5th place at one point in a couple of races ago. And then it didn't quite finish up in that top 5. But nice run there from both of the Robinson girls. Down in 5th and 7th place respectively right now. Both the Joosters survived, as did David Dietliefs. And incredible stuff out of these little INEX Legends here. We've got Vanna looking over my shoulder, and Sophos is here too. You should see how these 2 cars are stuck at turn 2. I don't know if we're going to get a shot of them right now as we're following the cars heading up towards turn 5 behind the safety car. But Van, I don't think you've ever seen one car on top of another. Paulie, there you go. Have a look at that. What do you think of that, Vanna?
As long as they all climb out, I guess it's a racing incident, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Jaden would agree with you, because Cyril tried to drive over him and eventually ended up stuck there. What do you think, Doc?
Hey, yeah, we need a proctologist here.
No doubt about it. Thanks, boys, for the comments. Appreciate it. Glad you guys had a good day. We'll catch you at prize giving a bit later on. But, yeah, we got two cars stuck together there, one on top of each other. And I don't think Jaden Huerson is too happy about the situation. Cyril Jacobs Jr. is out of the car. He's giving a thumbs up. He's okay. But, yeah, we're going to need a couple more marshals down there, I think, to try and remove the one from the other. And I know that there were a couple of cars missing from today's race action. But it looks like these two had their own little thought in terms of trying to get more cars on the grid. Maybe just... There you go. Well done there, Zwartkops marshals, men and ladies. Top quality. Jacobs Jr. wants to get back in the car. He sees if the car's okay, he can get going in. He'll be a lap down, though. And Jaden gets going as well. I just want to make sure if that front right fender can come off. They might just pull it off, because it might be deemed dangerous if it's flapping around. It'll rather be better if it's off the car completely as opposed to flapping around. Okay, they're going to let him go. Jacques sends him on his way in the Pretoria North sponsored car. And now Cyril Jacobs Jr. looking to just get back into his race seat, buckle up. And he'll be sent on his way as well to try and catch the back of the pack. So 2 laps under safety car. Possibly a third one still coming. Means we're going to have a 7-lap sprint race of what should have been 10 laps, but ended up with 2 laps under safety car so far. So that is the 53 machine of the Pretoria North sponsored car of Jaden Huerson. It seems to be running okay. Now it's just a case of can it get to the back of the pack. Although both of these cars will be a lap down. And Paulie, have they stopped them on the grid? Are they going to do a restart here? Or what's the issue? Are they still circulating? I know they're working frantically to try and get... I think it looks like it's the bumper that might be stuck against the wheel there. They have stopped them on the grid. If they restart, that might be a bit of a fun and games after this down at the INEX Legends pit to sort out penalties that may be required to be given to certain drivers if they found to have not driven in the spirit of INEX Legends. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out. So it looks like a whole bunch of marshals now just trying to pull that bumper off the front right wheel of Cyril Jacobs Jr.'s car. There you go. Couple of muscle men in there. Just muscling the bumper off the front right wheel. And Jacobs Jr. gets going again. Now, I'm going to be interesting to see what they do now for the restart. Because under my thinking, it should be safety car still rolling around. And I mean, if they pass that incident once on the outside, they should have been able to pass it on a few occasions and keep the race going. But they've decided to stop it at the grid and form them up again for a restart. The problem you got with that, though, is that you're going to have cars that were disadvantaged by the crash, particularly the two that were involved in it, able to take up their positions again. We're back under starters' orders, and I think that safety car is about to roll again. So it means that the two youngsters involved in the incident at turn 2 will have to take up their positions at the back of the grid. don't see. That's Zwartkops Jr. I didn't see the Pretoria North car of Jaden Goosen going back into the pack there. I might have missed it though, because from the back the white cars all look the same. It's from the front that we might be able to pick up whether he's back on track or not. No, he's not there. So it looks like Zwartkops Jr. was able to get back into the fray, but it doesn't look like Jaden Goosen's been able to. He might have gone into pit lane to take that front fender off though. So he's come out and he's joined at the back of the pack. So there you go. It is, yeah, the Pretoria North car. There it is. He was just waiting in the exit of pit lane to join the back of the pack. I think he dived into pit lane to remove that front fender in case he got a black flag for a piece of bodywork flapping on the side of the car. Looks like they're going back to the original grid positions as well. Now, the one thing I've got a concern about now is, are the two protagonists in that, being Jaden Goosen and Cyril Zwartkops Jr., allowed to resume their original grid positions? Because if that's the case, then there's no penalty for them at all. So it's a complete restart. 8 laps though, as opposed to the 10. And it's the two Eusters out front. Van der Venter alongside Lanzetti. Robertson and Robertson side by side. Robinson. And it'll be Padiachi now alongside Tyler Robinson as they go for the restart. Here they come. Lights are on. As soon as those lights go out, it'll be drop the hammer time. Let's see what Devin Robinson can do and what Jagger's looking to try and do early on. It's a good start from Lanzetti. He's followed there by Jagger down into turn 1. 5 cars abreast into turn 1 as always in INEX Legends. Jaden Goosen trying to stay away from Cyril Zwartkops Jr. Understandably, trying to put Berlin Robinson in between the two of them as they come down towards turn 2. This time they all get through there unscathed. So just surviving turn 2 there. Zwartkops Jr. falls behind Berlin Robinson, who tries to hold him up ever so slightly as they go through turn 3. Lanzetti under massive pressure from Jagger Robertson, looking for the final victory here and trying to go to the Americas. Remember, he goes to US of A to go and represent South Africa at the World Finals and at the final round of the National American Championship in INEX Legends in a week's time. So it's Jagger Robertson looking to leave home soil with a victory on the tailpiece of Lanzetti. Devin coming along in 3rd. Euster in 4 ahead of Tyler Robinson. And just behind that, it's the 22 car of Christian Padiachi. Van der Venter follows him as they head down the hill down towards turn 8. In fact, Van der Venter's lost out slightly there to Jaden Goosen, who's moved up 1 place. So he's got ahead of the tap car. As they go down towards turn 1, the top 3 now getting away from the rest of this pack. Tyler's in 4th, hanging on for now. Inside line from Lanzetti, forces Jagger into a tag. Jagger Robertson tagging the back of Lanzetti, and Devin Robinson waiting to pounce. Dev on the inside line finds a way through, and Devin Robinson now takes the lead onto the back straightaway. So it's Devin Robinson taking the lead after Jagger Robinson and Lanzetti came together. It was only a small touch, but it was enough just to put Lanzetti slightly wide in turn 2 and open up the door there for the Den Bravo car of Devin Robinson. Up the hill they go, flying into turn 5. Lanzetti comes back at Robertson on the inside line, retakes the lead. So a big fight on here between the two Robertsons and Lanzetti, as we've seen all race day long. Lanzetti would love to have one over both of these boys. Devin Robinson's taken both the victories so far, but as I said, Jagger would love to leave South African soil with a victory and a slight bit of confidence. Not that he hasn't got any of that at all, but just a race victory in your last race on home soil before you go international is always a good little bit of additional confidence. Robinson in 4th. Christian Pariachi holds up Jaden Hussen for 5 and 6. Cyril Jacobs Jr. is not too far behind the two of them, looking to get into the closing stages and look a little bit higher up in for a top 5 finish. Pariachi, Goosen, and Jacobs Jr. It's got Junior Jacobs there, that's why it's changed around slightly. I'm not quite sure why. Juster and Van der Venter, then Berlin Robinson and Niels Juster. As they head to the top of the hill again, it's massive pressure on Lanzetti from Devon Robertson. Fastest lap of the race, 11.9 out of Devon Robertson. Last pass was a 13 dead from Lanzetti, so Devon almost 1.8 seconds quicker than the lead car. Devon applying the pressure, looking for a slight bit of bump draft down the hill into turn 8. Probably won't be able to get into turn 8 and get the lead, but he'll try and push it along the main straightaway into turn 1 and look for a chance to overtake into turn 2. If he opens up that door, Jagger will be looking to pounce and go with him. Lanzetti goes defensive, holds the inside line. Watch for the cutback now from Devon Robertson. Knows that Lanzetti ran wide. Can he try and keep him out? Yes, he can. Lanzetti keeps out Robinson for now. Further back. Nice little fight there between Johan Juster, Johan van der Venter, and Berlin Robinson. That is the fight for what is now 8th place on track. 1, 2, and 3 into turn 4. And Devon Robertson applying massive amounts of pressure onto Lanzetti. Is this good enough now? Little bump draft up the hill. Can he pull out in time? No, he can't. Gets up the inside, but not close enough to make it move and make that move stick into the lead. There's a look coming out of 6 into 7. Cutting back out of 7 as well. Slightly different line from Devon. Looking to try and find a way through here on Lanzetti as we get into lap number 4 completed. Lap 4 done and 4 to go. Halfway stage reached. Devon Robertson still hasn't found a way through here on Sebastian Lanzetti as they come out of turn 1 down towards turn 2. Seb on the inside looking to try and keep out Devon. Dev's tried different lines out of turn 2. They haven't worked. Jagger losing ground there ever so slightly as the two of them fight it out. You think they'd be slowing each other down slightly, but they're not. They are just keeping each other very honest for the possibility of the victory. You can't even see the second car as it comes onto the back straightaway now. Only now at the end as Devon pulls out. That's how close he was on the back end of Sebastian Lanzetti. Yet again into the bump draft there for Devon. The problem that you got with the bump draft here at Zwartkops is the straights aren't long enough to actually capitalize on that draft and get through. So we got 4 done and 4 to go. They come flying now through into turn 7. And it's a big push here from Devon Robertson on Lanzetti. Lanzetti definitely looking for a chance now to possibly spoil the day. And as they come across the line, it's another lap completed. So that is 5 down and 3 to go. Brilliant stuff here from Sebastian Lanzetti to keep Devon Robertson at bay for now. But it's not going to be an easy one. As they head into the closing stages, Devon Robertson will definitely pounce. He's not going to let Sebastian Lanzetti take this victory without a fight. He's given them absolute hell for the last couple of laps. And there, once again, only one car onto that back straightaway. That's how close Devon is to Lanzetti. Back up into turn 5. It's literally one car going at it here between these two. They are so close and so evenly matched. There is nothing between these two cars. And Devon Robertson is going to look to try and force a mistake out of Sebastian Lanzetti. He knows exactly what to do that though. Having taken victories in this category, having won multiple championships in this class, as well as a world championship. With 2 laps to go, Jagger Robertson just waiting to pick up the pieces. There you go, confirmation. See Justin Robertson on the sideline there, watching, working hard as Jagger is in position number 3 there to close the gap down on his cousin Devon, who's fighting exceptionally hard. Now as they're coming to turn 2, big pressure coming as well just in the background from Jaden Goosen on the back end of Tyler Robinson. They've still got to sort out who's going to finish up in 4th place. Dev now inside line with a lap and a half to go into turn 5. He's got it. Devin Robinson late on the brakes up into turn 5. Lanzetti gets the motor down 1. Devin runs high and wide out of turn 5 and 9 to turn 6. Lanzetti comes back at him. Sideways from the Den Bravo car. Oh, so close there from Lanzetti. Needed to come back at Devin Robinson. Robinson now down into turn 8 for the last, or the penultimate time. Starts the last lap in the lead. Can he hang on and keep Lanzetti out? Here they come into turn 1. Devin Robinson, Lanzetti, Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson falling by the wayside there. Doesn't really have an answer unless something goes wrong between the 2 cars ahead of him. Battle of the double figures there. 11 versus 66. And this time it's Lanzetti on that inside line looking for a way through. Can he get back here? Looks like he might be able to. Onto the back straight they come. And it's Lanzetti on the inside line. Devin Robinson on his outside. He's going to need a late bit of braking. And Devin goes side by side with him out of turn 4. Literally wheel to wheel, side by side, out of 4, up towards 5. Lanzetti holding on to that inside line, realizing that's the race line. It's the one he needs, but Devin Robertson might try something here around the outside. He keeps it buried around the outside of turn 6. And once again, here comes Jagger Robinson to join the party. He might be the spoiler here for Lanzetti. Little touch there, and it's dropped Lanzetti wide. It's Devin Robinson on the inside. Is he good enough on the brakes? He's going late on the brakes. Robinson hangs on. Lanzetti on the outside. Jagger Robinson trying to squeeze between the 2 of them as they come across the line and complete the final race. What a way to finish the day. Devin Robinson wins out. Sebastian Lanzetti in 2nd and Jagger Robinson in 3rd. 1/10 of a second between all 3 cars as they cross the line. Jaden Goosen survives that little nasty incident in turn 2 between himself and Cyril Jacobs Jr. He'll finish in 4th ahead of Tyler Robinson. And Christian Padiachi looks like he's going to hang on to beat out Cyril Jacobs Jr. and Johan van der Venter. Wow. Well, we did say that Heritage Day Racing always brings out some phenomenal race action. And we kind of kept the best for last, which we normally do. Devin Robinson with an 11.355, his fastest lap of the race. And it went down on that last lap to beat out Lanzetti and his cousin Jagger. Jaden Goosen in 4th beats out Tyler Robinson. Christian Padiachi ahead of Cyril Jacobs Jr. And then it was Johan van der Venter, Berlin Robinson and the Justas just ahead of David Dietliefs to finish up our race day action here from our Heritage Day celebrations at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. We certainly hope you've enjoyed your day here with us on the sideline. Ladies and gents, thank you so much for your support and sticking around for all the race action that's happened here today. Look forward to, of course, some more action in the very near future. Make sure you've got the dates in your diary. 7th of October is the final round of the Inland Championship. We've got the 14th of October is the final round of the National Extreme. And of course, don't forget, we have got the 18th of November, the final round of the Regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops. And then next year, 26 and 27 January 2024, we come back here for some more action from the 23rd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. On behalf of our TV crew and our live stream crew, 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds, all our cameramen, thanks for all the work today, guys. And a massive thanks to all the marshals, medics and race control. And once again to Zwartkops International Raceway for providing us some absolutely amazing entertainment here on our Heritage Day weekend. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.